Chapter 40, 389. Gu Fei pulled Old Tortoise along to watch the show. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Since they had already entered the treasure mountain, they could not return empty-handed. However, it had to be said that the Millennium Buddha Lord's methods were somewhat frightening. The interior of the Myriad Buddha Mountain was actually a world of its own. Yes, it was a world of its own. The Myriad Buddha Palace was located in the center of this world. It was sealed by the power of the entire world. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace, the only way was to break the seal. The Myriad Buddha Mountain was only an external seal. The Myriad Buddha Palace had an internal seal. Although Gu Fei had only made a move once, he had already figured out the Myriad Buddha Palace's seal. This seal was almost unbreakable unless the world was destroyed. The world created by the Millennium Buddha Lord was not so easily destroyed. Moreover, the power of heavenly punishment might also be present here. No one dared to break the seal on themselves and restore the supreme cultivation of the extreme grade realm. At this time, the experts who had attacked the interior of the Myriad Buddha Mountain attacked, one after another. The 8 immortals crossing the sea displayed their respective abilities. Oh, this Yi Bei-Chin is not bad. He will be able to break the seal if he puts in a little more effort. Gu Fei said. At this time, Yi Bei-Chin attacked again. He teamed up with others and slashed with all his might. An immortal sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and fell directly on the Myriad Buddha Palace below. The sword combined the power of 3 quasi-supremes. Wherever it passed, the void was directly destroyed. Countless Buddha patterns in the void were destroyed by the sword light. Whoosh! The sword light fell on the layer of Buddha light above the Myriad Buddha Palace. In the next moment, a 10-meter-long hole appeared on the Buddha light, as if a golden curtain had been cut open. Enter! Yi Bei-Chin shouted. He became one with his sword and rushed in through the crack. The 2 experts from the ancestral realm behind him also turned into flowing lights and rushed into the Myriad Buddha Palace. The 10-meter-long crack on the Buddha light disappeared in an instant. This made the experts who rushed in from all directions jump. The internal seal of the Myriad Buddha Palace was too strong. However, when Yi Bei-Chin rushed into the Myriad Buddha Palace, what awaited him was a purple gold bowl. Bam! A purple gold alms bowl smashed heavily on Yi Bei-Chin's head, causing him to see stars and fall to the side. Who dares to sneak attack your grandpa? Yi Bei-Chin was furious. TSK, your grandpa? My grandpa, your ass. Bam! The purple gold alms bowl smashed fiercely onto Yi Bei-Chin's head, making him dizzy and unable to tell which way was north. A huge bump immediately appeared on his forehead. Roar! Yi Bei-Chin was on the verge of going crazy. At the next moment, countless sword lights burst out from his body, piercing out in all directions. As soon as the sword light appeared, screams rang out. Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Yi Bei-Chin laughed maniacally. Yi Bei-Chin, you're crazy. In the next moment, a furious roar rang out. What happened? Yi Bei-Chin focused his gaze and saw 2 people standing not far away. They were covered in blood, and there were bloody holes all over their bodies. They looked extremely wretched. Ha ha! A childish laughter rang out, and a figure directly appeared from the void. This person was actually a child with white teeth and red lips. He wore a white monk robe and looked like he was only 7 or 8 years old. The child held a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. This person was little monk Fan Xiu. Ha ha! Little monk Fan Xiu laughed so hard that he bent over and even cried. I haven't had such fun in a long time. Little monk Fan Xiu said while holding back his laughter. He was actually played by a child. This made Yi Bei-Chin want to die. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. He was a king of supreme in the ancestral realm. Even in the ancestral realm, a king of supreme was a high and mighty existence that overlooked the common people and controlled the life and death of billions of living beings. Ha ha! Gufei and Old Tortoise laughed until their stomachs hurt. This little monk Fan Xiao was too funny. He could even trick Yi Bei-chin at this moment. At this moment, the experts from the ancestral realm outside the Million Buddha Palace were dumbfounded. That was Yi Bei-chin who dominated the ancestral realm. This child actually dared to trick Yi Bei-chin? Was he courting death? Preposterous! Yi Bei-chin was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. Rays of sharp sword light surged from his body and circled around him. Each ray of sword light cut through the void. The two experts from the ancestral realm who were accidentally injured by Yi Bei-chin were also furious. Little fellow, are you tired of living? You're hanging yourself? One of the middle-aged men in black extended his right hand, and a battle spear immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful, murderous aura erupted from his body. Those who were friends with Yi Bei-chin were naturally not nobodies. When this person was angry, the weather changed instantly. The other person also took out a Tao artifact. It was a fan. When he waved it gently, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Haha, you want to gang up on me? Little monk Fan Xiao laughed. Gang up on me? Little guy, you really think too highly of yourself. Yi Bei-chin stared fiercely at little monk Fan Xiao and sneered. Sigh, I thought I could show off for once. Forget it, you guys play by yourselves. I won't accompany you. Little monk Fan Xiao suddenly laughed and slipped away. Swoosh! Little monk Fan Xiao turned into a ray of Buddhist light and rushed towards the Buddha palace below. Where do you think you're going? Yi Bei-chin did not think much and immediately chased after him. The other two experts from the ancestral realm also hurriedly chased after him. Hee, these guys don't know what's good for them. They even dare to chase after little monk Fan Xiao. Old Tortoise could not help but be amused when he saw this scene. Little monk Fan Xiao would definitely not play by the rules. He was also very curious about how little monk Fan Xiao was going to deal with these three guys. However, Old Tortoise knew very well that these three guys were definitely in for a tragedy. Gufei looked at the scene in the Buddhist light, but did not say anything. Soon, Yi Bei-chin and the others exclaimed and screamed in pain from the Buddha palace. They fell for it so quickly. Old Tortoise laughed. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Someone was attacking the internal seal of the Buddha palace. Gufei looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the person who attacked was a woman in purple. She's here too? This woman was someone he knew. Qi Niao, the princess of the Qin clan. The princess of the Qin clan was also impressive. Qi Niao actually used a divine lightning bolt to blast a large hole with a radius of 10 feet in the Buddha light outside the myriad Buddha palace. Swoosh! Without hesitation, the princess of the Qin clan rushed into the Buddha palace. At this moment, the real experts made their move. Although the internal seal of the Buddha palace was gone, it was not impossible to break it. However, it required a special method. Chapter 40, 390. Let's hope we can find the materials to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal in the myriad Buddha palace. Otherwise, we'll have come in vain. Old Turtle muttered. He and Gufei didn't come to the western desert of the Heaven Realm just to stop the little monk Fan Xiao. Their main purpose was to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. The Tai Sovereign Seal was severely damaged in the battle between Gufei and the primogenitor demon clan. Even the gods within the Tai Sovereign Seal was almost destroyed. It was definitely not an easy task to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. Just the materials needed to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal were hard to come by. The material used to refine the Grand Sovereign Seal was the 9 heavens pure gold. Back then, when the Grand Sovereign was refining the Grand Sovereign Seal, he had traveled all over the Heaven Realm and the Mortal Realm before finding a piece of 9 heavens pure gold in the depths of the starry sky. It was easier said than done for Gufei and the others to find another piece of 9 heaven pure gold. But Old Turtle had a way. He learned from his uncle that the Buddhist Lord had once obtained a large piece of 9 heavens pure gold. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell and the three realms Buddhist lamp were both refined from 9 heavens, pure gold. There might be more 9 heavens, pure gold, in the myriad Buddha palace. If they could find it, they might have a chance to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal. Don't worry. If we don't have it in the myriad Buddha palace, we'll go to the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Primogenitor realm? You dare to go there in your current condition? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, why not? Gu Fei laughed out loudly. Given his current cultivation state, even if he were to encounter an extreme Tao Utmost being, he could still run away even if he could not beat him. If he were to anger this big bro and use his eternal true blood to awaken an eternal Tao weapon, even an extreme Tao Utmost being could be killed. Of course, this was his final trump card. He couldn't use it easily. Every time he used it, his vitality would be greatly damaged. You think too highly of yourself. Old Turtle shook his head. The primogenitor realm that Gu Fei spoke of was a world where extreme supremes ran amok. No one knew better than him how strong they were. After all, his father was one. The Tai Huang was definitely the most powerful demon race supreme being since ancient times. Gu Fei still wanted to say something, but at this moment a loud explosion rang out. The entire 1,000 Buddha palace started to shake as an extremely powerful Buddha energy erupted. One after another, powerful figures were sent flying away. Buzz! The void rippled like water, and the Buddhist power was so mighty that even the old tortoise was somewhat moved. Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. With a casual wave of his hand, the mighty Buddhist power dissipated into nothingness. Even the corners of their clothes did not move at all. You're still the best. Old Tortoise sighed. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had dropped a lot during the battle with the ancestor demons, he sadly discovered that he was still no match for this guy. You want to come in? Not a chance. A childish voice came from the myriad Buddha palace. A young monk was laughing in the sky above the myriad Buddha palace. This guy, I really want to slap his face with the soles of my shoes. Old Tortoise looked at the figure shrouded by the Buddhist light and gritted his teeth in hatred. Then go ahead and slap him. Gu Fei shrugged. This guy seems to be able to control the power of the myriad Buddha palace. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed as he felt that something was wrong. You only noticed now, Gu Fei said indifferently. He had long noticed that the myriad Buddha palace was actually a Tao tool, an extreme Tao tool. He had to admit that the Millennium Buddha, Lord, was truly amazing. Since ancient times, the majority of extreme supremes had only refined one Tao tool in their lifetime, and that was their natal extreme Tao tool. Very few extreme Tao supremes could refine as many extreme Tao artifacts as the Buddhist Lord did. Preposterous! That little baldy is too despicable. All the experts who were sent flying were shocked and furious. Among these experts, there were even supremes from the ancestor realm who had sealed their cultivation. I've had enough fun. The 3 of you can get lost too. Little Monk Fan Xiao waved his hand, and 3 figures flew out of the myriad Buddha palace and smashed into a mountain in the distance. 3 human-shaped holes immediately appeared on the mountain. Roar! A deep roar came from the mountain. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the entire mountain exploded, and a figure soared into the sky. Little bald donkey, how dare you trick your grandpa? You're courting death. The person was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and there were even some places where blood was seeping out. This person was Yi Bei-chin, the supreme king of the Yi clan in the ancestor realm. The other 2 people rushed out of the sky full of dust. They were in a much more sorry state than Yi Bei-chin. I'm already very merciful for not taking your lives. Little Monk Fan Xiao stared at Yi Bei-chin and said, Yi Bei-chin was shocked and angry, but there was nothing he could do. The other party was in the myriad Buddha palace, and he did not dare to enter the myriad Buddha palace again. This guy was extremely powerful in the Myriad Buddha Palace. What's the background of this guy? Gu Fei looked at the figure in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace and couldn't help but ponder. The appearance of this little monk Fan Xiao was extremely strange. He was dug out from the great tomb of the Millennium Buddhist Lord on the spiritual mountain in West Earth. Some people guessed that this guy was the reincarnation of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. There was a secret technique of reincarnation in Buddhism. This guy can't be the Millennium Buddhist Lord, right? Gu Fei pondered and said, "What? How is this possible?" Old Tortoise heard Gu Fei's words and opened his mouth in shock. The Millennium Buddhist Lord couldn't have transformed into a little monk and wandered the human world. However, this little monk Fan Xiao was also not the incarnation of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei could see this point. Who cares who he is? Won't we know once we capture this guy? Gu Fei murmured. Then it's all up to you, little brother. Go, little brother. Old Tortoise patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said, "Let's wait and see." Gu Fei shook his head. "Do you have any more? Your fruits are delicious." At this time, Old Tortoise had already eaten a large bunch of immortal fruits. The fruits were extremely sweet and melted in his mouth. When he ate one, he felt a cold air flow into his stomach and then spread to his whole body. It was as if there were lines of ice swimming in his body. It was such a comfortable feeling. "This is the lunar fruit. You know your stuff," Gu Fei said as he flipped his right hand and another bunch of lunar fruits appeared in his hand. This was an immortal fruit that had condensed the power of the lunar force. Even an immortal would be frozen instantly after eating one, let alone an ordinary person. Only sages could enjoy the extreme Yin fruit. Gu Fei directly threw the bunch of lunar fruits in his hand to Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise quickly caught it, plucked one, and threw it into his mouth. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise continued to eat the immortal fruits and continued to watch the show. "Old Tortoise, do you dare to come in?" Chapter 40, 391. Haha, Old Turtle, do you dare to come in? You don't dare, right? I can tell that you are as timid as a mouse. Little monk Fan Xiao laughed. "What did you say?" Old Turtle stood up and roared at little monk Fan Xiao. This fellow was too despicable. He actually dared to ruin his reputation in front of everyone. He was the demon lord of the heaven realm, the leader of the demon race. "Haha, do you dare to come in?" Little monk Fan Xiao continued to provoke. Old Turtle was furious, but he suddenly laughed. "Fan Xiao, your provocation is useless against me," Old Turtle said and sat down. This fellow was purposely provoking him to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace. If he could fall for this, he might as well kill himself. At this moment, more and more experts gathered inside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Even the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao, was forced to retreat. She was the same as Old Turtle, a descendant of an extreme Tao supremacy. Most importantly, the empress of the Qin clan definitely had many powerful Tao artifacts with her. Ha ha! At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. With a loud bang, a part of Myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed. A black city had actually smashed through the mountain and rushed in. A terrifying fiendish aura erupted from the black city, causing the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain to shake. The experts near the black city all retreated. Haha, this is going to be fun. When Old Turtle saw this scene, he immediately laughed out loud. Gu Fei looked at the black city with a solemn expression. This black city was like a black primordial demon mountain. The aura it exuded was too powerful, and the power that spread out from the black city could shake the heavens and the earth. Such a strong power was already infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. In the unseen world, an oppressive aura shrouded everyone's heart. Old Turtle was shocked. This black city was much stronger than the demon city that was blasted into dregs by Tian Fa and the other demon city. They weren't on the same level at all. Could it be that the boss of the 7 purgatory masters of the extreme Western purgatory is here? The old tortoise stared at the Black City. The evil power that spread out from Heicheng actually blocked all the Buddhist power around. Heicheng's power could actually fight against heaven and earth. The boss of the 7 purgatory masters? What the hell is this? Gu Fei frowned. Among the 7 great purgatory masters of the extreme Western purgatory, there are strong and weak purgatory masters. This boss is very terrifying. Legend has it that he had a great battle with the Eternal Buddha Lord. Although he lost, the Eternal Buddha Lord couldn't kill this guy. Old Tortoise said solemnly, "If that's the case, then this is an awesome person who dares to challenge the Buddhist master of all ages." Gu Fei was finally moved. One should know that this guy couldn't even kill a Buddhist sovereign. This was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying he was. "Ayo, here comes a big guy." Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Fan Xiu immediately rushed into the Buddha palace below. "Where is the Buddhist Lord? Come out and see me." An old voice came from Black City. It wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the myriad Buddha mountain. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Cough, cough. At this moment, there was a coughing sound and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Black City. This person was wearing a black robe and was covered in a vast and mighty Xianhuang energy. It was actually the eternal ominous Xianhuang. Eternal ominous Xianhuang appeared and silently appeared in the myriad Buddha mountain. After the terrifying existence in Black City saw Xianhuang, he was actually incomparably terrified. It is just an incarnation. Cough, cough. Xianhuang coughed. He seemed to be heavily injured, but he was still extremely strong. No one dared to underestimate him. This guy, Gu Fei stood up. He seemed to have noticed something. "What's wrong?" Old Tortoise also stood up. Gu Fei didn't speak and just stared at Xianhuang and that Black City in the distance. Rumble! Black City suddenly moved. The void around Black City shattered, and the entire Black City wanted to escape into the chaos. "Can you escape?" The corner of Xuanhuang's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. He stretched his right hand towards Black City. The entire Black City immediately quieted down and no longer shook. At the same time, Xianhuang took a step and instantly rushed into Black City. The true self has returned, invincible under the heavens. Eternal ominous Xuanhuang's voice spread throughout the world. No. The existence in Black City let out an unwilling and angry roar. The entire Black City suddenly shook violently. A violent wave of power spread out from Black City. Boom! In the next moment, endless Xianhuang energy erupted from Black City and instantly enveloped the entire Black City. Within the Xianhuang energy, one could vaguely see 2 figures fusing together. Gu Fei's expression became solemn. This Xianhuang, Old Tortoise was shocked. Was Xianhuang the boss of the 7 great purgatory masters? This was definitely a great secret. One should know that the boss of the 7 great purgatory masters was an existence that could compete with the ancient Buddhist masters. Eternal ominous Xianhuang was definitely a super antique. This is going to be a good show. Gu Fei sighed. When Xianhuang and his doppelganger fused together, his strength had definitely reached the peak. Even Yi Beiqin felt an extremely dangerous aura from Black City. If the existence inside wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Kill! Xuanhuang's voice sounded directly from Black City. In the next moment, the entire Black City directly rushed towards myriad Buddha Palace. Rumble! Black City, like an ancient demonic mountain, crushed through the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated. At this moment, all the experts hid far away. "I'm just playing with you." Little monk Fan Xiu's childish voice came from myriad Buddha Palace. Then boundless Buddhist light erupted from the myriad Buddha Palace. Amidst the Buddhist light, a series of golden figures appeared and charged towards Heicheng, who was charging towards them. Buddha moves heaven and earth. Countless Buddhist figures directly struck out with their palms. The monstrous palm force turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept towards Black City. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy storm collided with the Black City, causing the entire city to shake. However, the Black City continued to press forward. This terrifying energy storm was directly smashed by Black City. Then the golden Buddhist figures also exploded. What? Little monk Fan Xiao, who was hiding in Myriad Buddha Palace, turned pale with fright. The power displayed by Black City had already exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this eternal ominous Xianhuang was indeed very powerful. Oh no, this is not good. Chapter 40, 392. No one would have thought that the incarnation of the great Omen Xianhuang was the leader of the 7 purgatory masters of the extreme Western purgatory in the heaven realm. If an incarnation could become the leader of the extreme Western purgatory, wouldn't the true body be even more powerful and terrifying? Thinking of this, even Gu Fei was a little moved. The great Omen Xianhuang was indeed not simple. After fusing with the incarnation, this fellow's strength had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. This is bad. Gu Fei had a bad feeling. Although the heaven realm had heavenly punishment, it was not impossible to resist it. As long as one was strong enough, the heavenly punishment could be ignored. Rumble! At this moment, the great Omen Xianhuang rode Heiqing and broke through the layers of Buddha light, colliding with the Myriad Buddha Palace. Wherever Heiqing passed, countless Buddha inscriptions collapsed. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. What a great Xianhuang! In the Myriad Buddha Palace, the little monk Fan Xiao directly entered a Buddha hall. In the next moment, huge Buddha shadows appeared in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace. Every Buddha shadow was like a huge golden mountain, emitting a shocking fluctuation of Buddha power. Wow! Every one of them has the strength of a quasi-supreme. The old tortoise was speechless upon seeing this. One must know that there were 18 giant Buddha shadows, which meant that they were equivalent to 18 quasi-sovereigns. This should be the weakest formation in the Myriad Buddha Palace. After all, this was the Buddha Palace of the ancient Buddha Lord, which was also an extreme Tao artifact. The void trembled as a Buddha's shadow made a move. A huge golden Buddha palm directly slapped towards Heiqing. The golden Buddha palm shrouded the area, and swastikas emerged on the palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Under everyone's gaze, the golden Buddha hand slapped onto Heiqing, and a strong Buddhist force exploded. Heiqing paused for a moment, but in the next moment, an extremely sharp light blade rushed out of Heiqing and directly slashed the golden Buddha palm in half. What? In the world inside the Myriad Buddha Mountain, those Buddhist experts were all stunned. This guy was simply too strong. He could actually split the palm of a quasi-supreme Buddha image in half. The Buddha hand dissipated and Heiqing charged over. Buddha is merciful. A Buddhist chant rang out as the 18 Buddha phantoms attacked at the same time. An unimaginably powerful Buddhist power burst forth, causing the entire world to turn golden. Endless Buddhist light enveloped the entire Black City. Mercy my ass, break for me! In the Black City, the mysterious yellow chi roared and the mysterious yellow chi surged. The entire Black City directly collided with the mighty Buddhist power. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosions, the entire world was shaking. The space around Heiqing was collapsing and being destroyed. Under the incomparably shocked gazes of everyone, Heiqing continued moving forward. The 18 Buddhist shadows couldn't block him at all. The 18 Buddha shadows dimmed, and in the next moment, they disappeared from the void. A layer of the Buddha formation outside the Myriad Buddha Palace was broken. Many Buddha runes interweaved and collapsed. However, even though the Buddha formation was broken, the Buddhist power gathered by the Buddha formation was devoured by the Buddha Palace. An even stronger Buddha formation was activated. 1. A few blurry images of weapons appeared in the void. Dang! The sound of the Buddhist bell reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing everyone's chi and blood to surge. Those with weaker cultivations directly retreated far away. The consequences of being affected by a battle of this level were very serious. A Buddha blade broke through the void and slashed out from the Buddha formation, instantly landing on Heicheng. The mysterious yellow chi around Heicheng was broken, and the blade light slashed on the city wall, leaving a mark on that incomparably sturdy wall. This was the Buddha soldier formation. Each Buddha soldier corresponded to a supreme Buddha weapon that was refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The might displayed by such a Buddhist formation was naturally extraordinary. However, the Black City continued to press forward in a domineering manner. Unless the ancient Buddhist Lord is reborn, all of you will die. Mysterious Yellow's voice came from within Heicheng. Humph, you're courting death. Little Monk Fan Xiao controlled the Buddha soldier formation with all his might. In the next moment, the 6 Buddha weapons within the Buddha soldier formation shot towards Heicheng. Retrieve! A powerful devouring power suddenly erupted from Heicheng. The 6 Buddha weapons that were slashing towards Heicheng flew towards him. Of course, they weren't the real 6 Buddha weapons. Even so, the 6 Buddha weapons were enough to kill an ordinary quasi-supremacy. However, the great omen, Xian Huang, actually wanted to take away the 6 Buddhist armaments, and he succeeded. The shadows of the 6 Buddhist armaments disappeared from the Black City. Preposterous! Little Monk Fan Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. Kill! Without any hesitation, the huge Heicheng was like a mysterious yellow divine mountain as it charged towards the myriad Buddha palace. Wherever it passed, endless Buddha power was forcefully dispersed. Boom! Heicheng directly collided with the sealing Buddha light of the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, the layer of sealing Buddha light collapsed, and the entire Heicheng directly crashed into the myriad Buddha palace's sealing range. At the same time, the entire myriad Buddha palace lit up. A Buddha shadow appeared in the void and sat cross-legged in the sky above the myriad Buddha palace. Buddha and I are together. Subdue the demon. Little Monk Fan Xiao's childish voice came from the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, the Buddha shadow that was sitting cross-legged in the void directly slammed its palm towards Heicheng, who was charging towards it. This palm was like an attack from the real ancient Buddha Lord. It directly shattered the void between heaven and earth. All right. In the Black City, the great ominous being mysterious, yellow finally became serious. A mysterious yellow pagoda flew out of the Black City and collided with the Buddha's palm. Heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Old Tortoise's eyes lit up when he saw the pagoda. Even in that ancient era, this pagoda was very famous. Rumble! The pagoda directly shattered the Buddha palm and the Buddha shadow before smashing into the myriad Buddha palace. Clang! Just as the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda was about to smash into the myriad Buddha palace, a purple gold alms bowl flew out and directly collided with the 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda. The 9 heavens mysterious yellow pagoda was blocked, but the purple gold alms bowl was knocked away. Too strong. In the Buddhist hall, little Monk Fan Xiao's expression was not that good. He waved his hand, and the purple gold alms bowl flew back into his hand. Countless cracks appeared on the alms bowl as though it was about to break at the next moment. Mysterious Yellow, you bastard! Little Monk Fan Xiao scolded. He was not a kind person. Now that Mysterious Yellow had forced him to this point, he was really angry. Little brat, get your adults to come out and talk. Heicheng continued to charge towards the myriad Buddha palace. Mysterious Yellow's voice spread throughout the world. Ha! Old Tortoise couldn't help but laugh when he heard Mysterious Yellow. This guy actually called Fan Xiao a little brat. This guy was not a little brat. However, little Monk Fan Xiao had always looked like a kid. He was the same as he was in the past. He had not changed at all. Gu Fei laughed too. It was the first time he heard someone call little monk Fan Xiao a little brat. Mysterious Yellow, do you really think you're invincible? Little monk Fan Xiao gritted his teeth and said. In the next moment, he flipped his right hand and a Buddhist bell appeared in his hand. It was a simple little bell, and there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, the moment little monk Fan Xiao activated the Buddhist bell, countless ancient Buddhist runes appeared on the Buddhist bell, and an extreme aura surged from the Buddhist bell. Clang! The Buddhist bell flew up and shook, letting out a bell chime. The melodious bell chime seemed harmless, but the moment the bell chime rang, Hei Cheng, who was descending from the sky, stopped. The bell chime spread throughout the world. At this moment, only the bell chime echoed between heaven and earth. The bell chime contained the supreme power of Buddhism and calmed everyone's state of mind. At this moment, everyone almost forgot about killing and could not produce any murderous thoughts. Kill! 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 In Hei Cheng, the great evil mysterious Yellow roared crazily, and a shocking murderous aura erupted. His murderous voice shook the 9 heavens, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to lose their light. The auspicious atmosphere between heaven and earth was immediately broken. Even the chime of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell was suppressed. All right, I'm not going to play with you, little brat. Go to hell. In Hei Cheng, the great, evil, mysterious Yellow stood on the altar in the square in the center of the city. In the next moment, he directly undid the seal on his body. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura immediately erupted from his body. Hei Cheng shook and the surrounding void collapsed. At this moment, everyone in this world felt their souls tremble. Extreme Tao! Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one thought that mysterious Yellow would dare to use the power of the extreme Tao. One had to know that the power of heaven's punishment could appear in this world. Sure enough, a terrifying aura of destruction immediately descended from the sky. Haha, mysterious Yellow, I didn't expect you to court death. You are really stupid to the extreme. The figure of the little monk Fan Xiao appeared in the sky above the 10,000 Buddha Palace. Is that so? Mysterious Yellow stood on the altar in Hei Cheng and suddenly grinned. The aura of the extreme Tao on his body was rapidly becoming stronger. Soon, his strength had soared to the peak of the extreme Tao. At this time, a destructive lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the great, evil, mysterious Yellow on the altar. Pagoda, come! Mysterious Yellow waved his hand, and the 9th heaven black yellow pagoda immediately appeared in his hand. Then it rushed into the sky and directly blocked the destructive lightning that descended from the sky. An extreme Tao secret realm extreme Tao artifact. Gu Fei looked at the 9th heaven black yellow pagoda that was bathed in the destructive lightning and could not help but be surprised. This Tao artifact turned out to be an extreme Tao secret artifact. Chapter 43:93. Gu Fei knew very well that, if he wanted to be unafraid of the heavenly punishment, he needed absolute power. The heavenly punishment was not the strongest. As long as he surpassed the heavenly punishment, he would be invincible in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. However, what level of power could surpass the heavenly punishment? The peak of the extreme grade? That was not enough. He needed at least the power of the extreme grade secret realm to surpass the heavenly punishment. In the ancestral realm, the peak of the extreme grade was not the strongest. There was another realm above the peak of the extreme grade, the extreme grade secret realm. Above the extreme grade secret realm were the supremacies, and above the supremacies were the half-step eternal realm. The extreme grade secret realm was second only to the supremacies in the extreme grade secret realm. However, Gu Fei did not expect that the eternal ominous Xianhuang was a supreme existence in the extreme grade secret realm. This was the first extreme grade secret realm expert he had met in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. Even heaven-defying existences, like the old tortoise and the Qin clan's princess, Qin Yao, were only at the mid-level of the extreme Tao, while the great Omen Xianhuang was many times stronger than these geniuses. At this time, a divine pagoda surrounded by Xianhuang Qi floated above the Black City, blocking the destructive lightning from the sky. Who said that I was courting death? Xianhuang stood on the altar in the city and said coldly, "Haha, the little monk who descended to the mortal realm has been slapped in the face." The old turtle laughed. In the myriad Buddha palace, the little monk Fan Xiao was also very depressed. This family can actually resist the heavenly punishment. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They all knew how terrifying the heavenly punishment was, because the master of void purgatory had died under the heavenly punishment. The master of void purgatory was one of the top 3 purgatory masters in the extreme Western purgatory. Even the powerful master of void purgatory could not resist the heavenly punishment. But now the eternal ominous Xianhuang could. This guy was invincible. Thinking of this, many experts who had broken into the inner world of the myriad Buddha mountain retreated. This guy was invincible. Should they stay and wait for death? We still don't know who will be the winner. Gu Fei suddenly said, "What? Could it be that Fan Xiao can turn the tables?" Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei in surprise and said, "It's hard to say." Gu Fei said with a smile, "Little monk Fan Xiao was not simple. He would not be defeated so easily, even if his opponent was the ancient ominous being Xianhuang. Little guy, come out." The heaven and earth Qi soared into the sky, and its right hand grabbed at the myriad Buddha palace below. The endless heaven and earth Qi instantly condensed into a huge heaven and earth hand. This Xianhuang hand shrouded the entire myriad Buddha palace. The Xianhuang hand was trying to grab the little monk Fan Xiao along with the entire myriad Buddha palace. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Extreme Path Secret Realm? The primogenitor realm's Yi family's King Supreme Yi Beichen was extremely shocked. That was the Extreme Path Mystic Realm, an existence that was almost invincible in the Extreme Path realm. He had cultivated for countless years, but his cultivation was only at the peak of the extreme grade. The peak of the extreme grade was the king of the extreme grade realm, but he still couldn't take that step and become an existence that surpassed the King Supreme realm. This place is really a pleasant surprise. Yi Beichen now realized that he had underestimated this world and the living beings that were born here. Just as Xianhuang's Xianhuang hand reached for the myriad Buddha palace below, 3 beams of Buddha light rushed in from outside the myriad Buddha mountain. Each beam of Buddha light emitted an extremely strong wave of Buddha power. "They're here," Gu Fei said to the 3 Buddha lights. These 3, the corners of Old Tortoise's mouth curled up into a smile. It was Buddha Ran Bei, the gold body Buddha, and the clone of the ancient Buddha leader. The 3 elites from the Buddhist sects had arrived at the same time, and they rushed into the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, the entire myriad Buddha palace seemed to come alive. Inside the myriad Buddha palace, a Buddha knife was awakening. It was like a supreme being had just woken up from a deep slumber, and it emitted extremely sharp knife energy. The arrival of the 3 quasi-supremes from the Buddhist sects had activated the entire myriad Buddha palace. An endless amount of heaven and earth Qi was gathering from all directions. The entire myriad Buddha mountain was becoming unstable, and the myriad Buddha palace was reviving. "Let's go." The elites who were watching saw that things were not going well, and so they retreated. Only Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and a few elites did not leave. Even Yi Beichen left. They had to leave. A battle of this level, if they got caught up in it, it would be devastating. Even a king of supreme being would die. Yi Beichen did not want to take the risk, because he did not have a king of supreme being cultivation here. But some people were willing to take the risk and stay to watch. A battle of the Extreme Path Secret Realm was not something that could be easily encountered. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand that descended from the sky broke through the layers of Buddhist power and grabbed hold of the myriad Buddha palace. Boom, boom, boom! The entire myriad Buddha palace was lifted off the ground by the heaven and earth hand. Beezy. Just then, the sound of a knife rang out from within the myriad Buddha palace. The next moment, a knife light rushed out of the myriad Buddha palace and clashed with the heaven and earth hand. The knife light flashed, and the heaven and earth hand was cut down. Another extreme path secret realm? Old Turtle said in shock. So you have already seen through it. Old Turtle could not help but admire Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Heaven and earth, do you think you have me? Little Monk Fan Xiu's figure appeared in the sky above the myriad Buddha palace. Behind him stood Ranbei and the other experts from the 3 Buddhist sections. In the next moment, an unexpected scene happened. The incarnation of the ancient Buddha, who was standing behind little Monk Fan Xiu, took a step forward and directly rushed into little Monk Fan Xiu's body. What? Old Turtle's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What was going on? Little Monk Fan Xiu's appearance was undergoing a shocking change. He actually grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon he became a 13 or 14-year-old boy with delicate features. But strangely, his bald head did not grow any hair, and it was still very shiny. Little Monk Fan Xiu's battle strength was also soaring, and his cultivation easily broke through to the extreme path secret realm. This is going to be a good show. The old tortoise sighed. The methods of this ancient Buddhist master were truly endless. Kill. Heaven and earth did not hesitate and directly attacked little Monk Fan Xiu. Countless heaven and earth chi turned into a shocking divine light that penetrated the myriad Buddha palace. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the air seemed to be frozen. This was the power of the extreme path secret realm. Even a supreme king at the peak of the extreme path would not be able to withstand a single blow from such power. Boom! Little Monk Fan Xiu blasted out a punch, and it directly shattered the countless penetrating divine light. It was as if the sky had been blasted apart by this punch. Little Monk Fan Xiu's punch actually erupted with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Heaven and earth annihilation hand. Xian Huang was getting serious. A terrifying power of the extreme path erupted from his body. In the next moment, the entire interior of the myriad Buddha mountain collapsed, and countless Buddha runes were scattered. It was truly a world of destruction. The world created by the ancient Buddha was finally destroyed, and even the myriad Buddha mountain was collapsing. The experts who were watching the battle on the sidelines quickly retreated, and only Gu Fei remained calm. All the destructive power could not even get within 3 feet of him. Gu Fei also protected Old Tortoise. This Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei's eternal Tao instrument was not asleep yet? His guess was half right. Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword had not completely fallen into a deep sleep. This was Gu Fei's trump card, and he would not use it easily. At this time, the destructive power formed by the destruction of heaven and earth had already arrived. Gu Fei did not make a move. Old Tortoise was shocked by this scene, but when he saw that Gu Fei was calm, he was relieved. With Gu Fei around, nothing would be a problem. Boom! Bang! The 2 figures directly fought in the chaos, and heaven and earth collapsed, turning into chaos. This kind of power that could destroy everything could not do anything to the 2 existences of the extreme path secret realm. At this time, all the experts had retreated, and only Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were still watching the show. You too, come over here. That little Monk Fan Xiu suddenly abandoned Mysterious Yellow and directly rushed towards Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. With a wave of his big sleeve, a powerful devouring power emerged from his sleeve, and he wanted to suck Gu Fei and Old Tortoise into his big sleeve. This guy, Old Tortoise, was frightened. Humph! The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled up. With a thought, a sword light directly flew out from his body, and the sword light directly strangled the little Monk Fan Xiu. Little Monk Fan Xiu was taken aback. He instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from this sword light. He instinctively dodged and dodged it. He looked down and saw that the sleeve of his right hand had been cut off. The sword light that flew out from Gu Fei's body made a turn in the void, directly flew back to him, and disappeared into his body. "Your opponent is me," the ancient, ominous, mysterious yellow roared angrily, breaking through layers of chaos, and attacked. Fan Xiao could only turn around and fight the ancient, ominous yellow. Fortunately, this battle did not break out in the outside world. Otherwise, the entire western desert of the Heaven Realm and even the Heaven Realm might be destroyed. The power of the Extreme Path Secret Realm was too strong, and it was the power closest to the eternal power. At this time, the entire western desert was in an uproar, and all the Buddhist disciples were extremely shocked. The supreme holy land in their hearts, Myriad Buddha Mountain, was actually collapsing. This was unacceptable to all the Buddhist disciples. This was the foundation of Western Desert Buddhism. As long as Myriad Buddha Mountain existed, Western Desert Buddhism would not disappear in the merciless years. Now, this supreme sacred mountain was about to cease to exist. How is this possible? Seeing this, the 3 Western Desert Buddhist lords were dumbfounded. Chapter 40, 394. In the heavenly realm, the sacred mountain of the Western Desert Buddhist lands, the Myriad Buddha Mountain had actually collapsed. This shocked everyone to the extreme, especially the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert, Lord Shilin, Lord Golden Eagle, and Lord Maluo of the Myriad Buddha sect. They were the 3 giants of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Buddha Lord Emoluo's heart was dripping blood. The Million Buddhist sect was located on the Million Buddha Mountain. When the Million Buddha Mountain collapsed, countless temples and palaces on the Million Buddha Mountain were destroyed. This was equivalent to the Myriad Buddha sect being annihilated. Of course, the Myriad Buddha sect's strength was still there. Lord Maluo was the strongest among the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist lands. His cultivation and combat strength were the first. The important figures of the Myriad Buddha sect had already escaped from the mountain. However, there were many things that they couldn't take away in time. The temples and palaces were all Buddhist buildings that had existed for countless years and had been blessed by countless Buddhist experts. It could be said that every brick and tile on the Myriad Buddha Mountain had a history. They were the treasures of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Most importantly, some of the stone carvings left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord on Myriad Buddha Mountain, as well as the stone platforms on which the ancient Buddhist lord once preached, couldn't be taken away. They were all destroyed. This was no longer a loss for the Myriad Buddha sect alone. It was a loss for the entire Buddhist sect. How is this possible? Could it be? The expressions of the 3 Buddhist lords were extremely ugly. The reason why the Myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed was because of the collapse of the world inside it. Those people could actually destroy the world created by the ancient Buddhist lords. Were they not afraid of divine punishment from the heavens? Were they not afraid that their bodies and souls would be destroyed? However, the moment the Myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed, an extremely terrifying pressure descended upon the world. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. They saw a giant pagoda that emitted golden divine light. Bathed in divine punishment, it rushed out from the broken Myriad Buddha Mountain. Rumble, the aura of destruction, swept across the heavens and the earth. The power of divine punishment that terrified billions of living beings erupted. Shadows appeared in the sky. The aura of each shadow seemed to be enough to destroy the entire world. Even the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert were stupefied. Countless experts retreated like the receding tide. Those with weaker cultivation bases were sprawled on the ground, trembling. They didn't even have the thought of fleeing. Even the 3 Buddhist lords had to retreat. Under this pressure, they felt as weak as ants. At this moment, the great omen of the ages, Xian Huang, attacked with all his might. He used the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda to block the heavenly punishment, while he personally tried to capture the myriad Buddha temple. However, to everyone's surprise, the little monk actually fused with one of the avatars of the ancient Buddhist Lord. Then this fellow's cultivation actually soared to the extreme secret realm. This was something that no one could have imagined. Boom! Just as little monk Fan Xiao used the Buddha saber to cut down the ancient ominous Xianhuang's Xianhuang hand, the void below the myriad Buddha palace suddenly exploded. A demonic hand tore through the void and grabbed at the myriad Buddha palace. The monstrous demonic aura immediately filled every inch of the void, and the demonic might shook the heavens and earth. What happened? The old tortoise was shocked to see this. What else could it be? The demon that was originally sealed by the myriad Buddha palace is about to come out, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? The old tortoise was taken aback. The myriad Buddha palace, left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord, actually had such an effect. The ancient Buddhist Lord actually used the myriad Buddha palace to seal a giant demon. Roar! At the same time, a terrifying demonic howl came from the void. As the demonic sound spread out, ripples that were visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the void. As the demonic sound entered their ears, some of the weaker cultivators immediately roared. Suppress! Little monk Fan Xiao did not dare to be careless. He directly activated the power of the myriad Buddha palace. A Buddha diagram immediately rushed out from the myriad Buddha palace and suppressed the demonic hand that was grabbing at it. Rumble! The Buddha diagram blocked the demon's hand, but it couldn't seal it. At this time, the void around the demonic hand was shattering. A huge demonic shadow wanted to break through the void and enter the world. The extremely violent demonic power was getting stronger and stronger. Clang! At the same time, golden divine chains rushed out from the myriad Buddha palace and entangled the giant demon. The upper body of the giant demon was immediately entangled by the divine chains. Roar! The giant demon roared crazily, and a powerful demonic power erupted. He struggled fiercely, and the golden divine chains that entangled his body immediately broke. Haha! Unless the ancient Buddhist Lord comes personally, you little guy want to seal me again? Dream on! The giant demon laughed loudly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of demonic fire at the Buddha diagram. Boom! The demonic fire instantly erupted and engulfed the Buddha diagram. The terrifying demonic fire burned the void and continued to annihilate it. What? Little monk Fan Xiao, who was above the myriad Buddha palace, could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. At this time, the 2 golden Buddhist supremacies stretched out their hands and pressed on little monk Fan Xiao's back. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder immediately sounded from little monk Fan Xiao's body. Under the power of the 2 golden Buddhist supremacies, little monk Fan Xiao's aura was still increasing. One eye of reincarnation. Little monk Fan Xiao roared angrily. An ray of Buddhist light immediately rushed out from between his eyebrows. On his eyebrows, there seemed to be a Buddhist eye that suddenly opened. The ray of Buddhist light instantly pierced through the demonic fire and went for the true body of the demon. The ray of Buddhist light that rushed out from between little monk Fan Xiao's eyebrows was filled with a strange power. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to be able to send people into reincarnation. Buddhism was particular about reincarnation. It was not surprising that the ancient Buddhist Lord had cultivated the reincarnation divine ability. Buzz! The void began to ripple like water. In the next moment, the ferocious demon was actually sent into reincarnation. However, very quickly, the ferocious demon shattered the void again and rushed out. This, little monk Fan Xiao was shocked. This ferocious demon was too powerful. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist Lord really had to come personally to subdue this ferocious demon? Kill! That ferocious demon roared and charged towards the myriad Buddha palace. With a single move of its gigantic body, the surrounding void shattered into pieces. This ferocious demon was very strong. Even though it had been sealed for countless years, it was still much stronger than the current little monk Fan Xiao. The ferocious demon directly punched at the myriad Buddha palace. Everywhere the fist passed, the Buddha diagram that was enveloped by the demonic fire was directly sent flying. Boom! Chapter 40, 395. The appearance of a peerless fiendish devil changed the color of heaven and earth. Demonic aura engulfed the 9 heavens as demonic might shook the universe. In an instant, the entire world darkened. Countless living beings felt the demonic aura and were terrified to the extreme. That devil has been sealed for so long, yet he's still alive. The 3 Western Desert Buddhist lords were shocked. As the Western Desert's Buddhist lords, Buddhist Lord Mara and the others naturally knew the secrets of the myriad Buddha mountain and the myriad Buddha temple. The ancient Buddhist lord had killed many great devils of the archdevil ancestor level. However, there were some peerless devils that, even in existence like the Buddhist lord, couldn't transcend. Therefore, the Buddhist lord decided to seal these peerless devils that even he couldn't kill. Back in the Hell Dao, the archdevil ancestor Ing Tian was sealed by the ancient Buddhist lord's Buddhist saber. However, Gu Fei had taken away the Buddhist saber from the archdevil Lord Ing Tian, allowing the archdevil lord to escape. Underneath the myriad Buddha temple, there was also a peerless fiendish demon sealed. However, when the ancient fiendish Xian Huang transformed into a giant hand and grabbed the myriad Buddha temple, it broke the seal that sealed the peerless fiendish demon. Even Xian Huang was shocked by the appearance of the great devil. Rumble! At the same time the great devil attacked the myriad Buddha temple, the power of heavenly retribution in the depths of the heavens was activated. Destructive lightning bolts shot down from the heavens towards the great devil. However, the great devil didn't even look at the lightning bolts of heavenly retribution, allowing them to land on its body. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The lightning bolts of heavenly retribution landed on the great devil, yet they couldn't harm it in the slightest. This, even the old tortoise, was dumbfounded. The great devil's devil physique was too powerful. Is this a devil physique that surpassed the extreme Tao secret realm? Gu Fei murmured. Although the great devil had been sealed for countless years, it was still as ferocious as ever, especially its devil physique. It was powerful to a monstrous degree. The peerless demon's punch landed on the myriad Buddha palace, causing the entire myriad Buddha palace to shake violently. This guy, little monk Fan Xiao, was both shocked and angry. He had never thought that this ferocious demon would have such a powerful cultivation and combat power. At this time, the ferocious devil raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Then it opened its mouth and sucked in. The lightning of the heavenly punishment that fell from the sky was completely swallowed by it. This is too awesome. The old tortoise was speechless. What should we do? Little monk Fan Xiao was a little anxious. This peerless ferocious demon was so abnormal that even if he controlled the myriad Buddha temple, he might not be able to do anything to it. It was even more impossible to reseal this ferocious demon. Brother Go, how about we join forces to seal this demon? Fan Xiao looked in the direction of Gu Fei. He had wanted to capture Gu Fei and old tortoise together, but Gu Fei had displayed an unimaginable combat power and cut off one of his sleeves. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, his entire right arm would have been separated from his body. You want me to take action? Then you'll have to pay the right price. Gu Fei smiled. Little monk Fan Xiao's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. What do you want? Little monk Fan Xiao said directly, 9 heavens, pure gold. Gu Fei didn't want to waste his breath. What? Little monk Fan Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Gu Fei to want 9 heavens, pure gold. This 9 heavens, pure gold was an extremely precious divine metal. It was an exclusive refining material for supreme beings. You want to refine in supreme Tao artifact? Little monk Fan Xiao looked at Gu Fei with a complicated expression. Why do you care what we want it for? If you don't have it, you can deal with this demon yourself. If you do, hurry up and take it out, Old Tortoise said impatiently. Although he looked impatient on the surface, he was extremely excited. Once he had 9 heavens pure gold, he would be able to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal. To Old Tortoise, repairing the Grand Sovereign Seal was his top priority. This, little monk Fan Shio hesitated. At this time, the ferocious demon didn't attack again. It was continuously devouring the power of heaven's punishment. This scene was too crazy. That was a heaven's punishment that could kill supreme beings. The ancient great omen, Xianhuang, was also fighting against the heaven's punishment. That was because the power of heaven's punishment was getting stronger and stronger. Phantoms descended from the sky like real supreme beings were attacking. This way, even the ancient great omen, Xianhuang, had to take it seriously. These lunatics, the 3 Buddhist lords who had retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away, looked at this scene in shock. Old Tortoise was also in disbelief. One had to know that Gu Fei had used this superpower last time. Although he had defeated the ancestor devil, he had also suffered great damage. Now these guys were easily blocking the power of heaven's punishment. This was heaven's punishment. 9 heavens pure gold. Give it to me, and I will help you get rid of this demon. Gu Fei sat on the chair and said lazily. Little monk Fan Shio glanced at the giant demon that was devouring the power of heaven's punishment. The demon's demonic aura was getting stronger. The demon was increasing its cultivation. All right. Little monk Fan Shio gritted his teeth and nodded. He knew that if he didn't make a decision, he would be the one to die. He took out a piece of godly metal the size of a fist. There was nothing special about this piece of godly metal. It looked like an ordinary black stone. However, when Old Tortoise saw this piece of godly metal, his eyes lit up. Just a little. I think it's better for you to keep it for yourself. Gu Fei was a little displeased. This guy was too stingy. Did he want me to help him with just this little bit of godly metal? Was he trying to get rid of a beggar? Really? Brother Gu, this is more than 50,000 kilograms of 9 heavens pure gold. Little monk Fan Shio said hurriedly, It's not enough. Little monk Fan Shio wanted to say something, but Gu Fei interrupted him. 9 heavens pure gold was different from ordinary iron. Even a small piece of this kind of godly metal weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. A fist-sized piece was more than 100,000 kilograms. However, this bit of 9 heavens pure gold was not enough to repair the Tai Huang seal. Fan Shio, you are too unkind. Old Tortoise was very displeased. Sigh. Little monk Fan Shio took out another big piece of 9 heavens pure gold. This piece of 9 heavens pure gold was the size of a millstone. This should be enough. Little monk Fan Shio said impatiently. Back then, the Buddhist lord obtained a lot of 9 heavens pure gold, but he used it to refine his Buddhist weapon. Only 2 pieces were left. Now, little monk Fan Shio had no choice but to part with it. Give it to me, Gu Fei said. Little monk Fan Shio had no choice but to throw the 9 heavens pure gold to Gu Fei. Chapter 4396. The West Earth Buddhism in the heavenly world had encountered a great calamity. The peerless demon that had been sealed by the ancient Buddhist lord for countless years had been released. The peerless demon had a monstrous demonic aura. It opened its mouth and swallowed the power of heavenly punishment, shocking everyone. Even the little monk Fan Shio had to ask Gu Fei for help. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Fei wanted to make Fan Shio bleed and ask for the 9 heavens pure gold as soon as he opened his mouth. However, that little monk Fan Shio was too unkind. He actually wanted to use a small piece of 9 heavens pure gold to trick Gu Fei so that Gu Fei would make a move. How could Gu Fei not know what kind of person this guy was? It would be too degrading for him to make a move for a small piece of 9 heavens pure gold. Fan Shio also knew that this time, if he did not pay a big price, he would not be able to get Gu Fei to make a move. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only obediently take out all the 9 heavens pure gold. Hee, that's a good boy. Old Tortoise looked at the distressed Fan Xiao proudly. Good my ass. Fan Xiao glared at Old Tortoise. Brother Gu, please make a move. Fan Xiao solemnly said to Gu Fei, Since you can afford it, I naturally won't go back on my word. Gu Fei nodded and said, In fact, Fan Xiao was not afraid that Gu Fei would not make a move after accepting the item. With Gu Fei's current status and identity, he would not bother to cheat others. Of course, if it was Old Tortoise, He Tian, or even Fan Xiao, it would be hard to say. Then I'll have to trouble you. Fan Xiao, who had turned into a young man, now looked like an eminent monk. Gu Fei actually liked the cute little baldy, who looked like a child. Roar! At this moment, a demonic howl shook the heavens. The peerless fiendish demon actually swallowed all the powerful phantoms that descended from the sky in one gulp. Rumble! After devouring the sky punishment shadow, the ominous demon's body immediately burst out with unprecedentedly powerful mana fluctuations. With a clanging sound, the ominous demon's body actually grew pieces of black magic armor. This ferocious devil became even more ferocious and terrifying. Streaks of demonic light that were visible to the naked eye coiled around his body like black lightning. The entire world trembled under the demonic might. He's actually this powerful. Gu Fei was a little surprised. He originally thought that this peerless fiendish demon had reached the peak of the Extreme Path secret realm. He didn't expect this fiendish demon to already have 1 foot in the supremacy realm. Fan Xiao, Gu Fei suddenly understood. Since the Buddhist Lord could suppress this peerless fiendish devil, how could he not have thought of the day when this fiendish devil would come out again? The Millennium Buddha Lord definitely had a backup plan, but little monk Fan Xiao didn't use it and instead asked for his help. What was he thinking? This was not the first time Gu Fei had fought with little monk Fan Xiao, so he knew very well what kind of existence this guy was. Even the Old Tortoise and He Tian, the ancestors of underhanded means, couldn't gain any advantage in front of little monk Fan Xiao. Don't be careless. The Old Tortoise transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. I've always been careful. Besides, I don't have to do it myself. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the Old Tortoise. What? The Old Tortoise heard this too late. If Gu Fei didn't do it himself, how could he deal with this peerless fiendish devil? All of you will die. At this time, the ominous demon's demonic might finally reached its peak. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, and then a black hole appeared where he was. A terrifying, devouring power surged out from the black hole, and the surrounding spiritual essence was immediately attracted. Some experts who were closer to the black hole were involuntarily pulled toward it. Roar! An expert with white hair and beard roared and desperately urged his divine power to rush out, but in the end he was still swallowed by the black hole. What? Even the myriad Buddha temple was sucked in by the black hole that appeared in the sky. Rays of Buddha light were swallowed into the black hole and instantly transformed into demonic chi. Brother Gu, when are you going to make a move? Little monk Fan Xiao couldn't stay calm anymore. Come on, don't be in such a hurry. Gu Fei raised his right hand unhurriedly and then drew a line in the void. The void in front of him was directly cut open. Boom! The next moment, the spatial crack suddenly exploded, and a head as huge as a mountain came out. Then, the giant beast directly broke through the void and rushed out. A powerful coercion appeared between heaven and earth. This is, seeing that Gu Fei released such a divine beast, little monk Fan Xiao and the others were stunned. Master! As soon as the star beast saw Gu Fei, it hurriedly lowered its huge head. Starlight sparkled all over its body, as if it was formed by the gathering of billions of stars. The power of the stars was unimaginably strong. Those above the Extreme Path arcane realm do not fear the heavenly punishment. Go! Devour this demon bastard, Gu Fei said, pointing at the black hole in the sky, transforming into a black hole and devouring the heavens and earth. When the divine beast saw the black hole in the sky, it immediately became spirited. This beast's sovereign, Shooting Sun Sovereign and Black Wind Sovereign, had found Gu Fei. This time, Gu Fei came to the western desert with the three of them in his inner world. Boom! Without any hesitation, the star beast immediately released the seal on its body. In the next moment, the powerful coercion of a supremacy erupted from the star beast's body. If not carefully controlled, this coercion could directly destroy the entire western desert of the heavenly realm. Even so, the entire western desert was greatly shaken. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Mountains collapsed and the earth split open. It was extremely terrifying. Golden light shields appeared all over the western desert. The important places of the Buddhist sects and the huge cities were all protected by formations. Even if the heavens and earth collapsed outside, it would not be able to threaten the countless living beings protected by the Buddhist formations. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but frown. Then he waved his right hand and an ancient cauldron flew out from his hand. It rapidly enlarged and then shot down from the sky, suppressing the earth. Mountain and river cauldron. One cauldron suppresses the universe. When the old turtle saw the huge cauldron, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The moment the mountain and river cauldron landed on the ground, the earth immediately calmed down. The moment the star beast released the seal, the power of the heavenly punishment was activated. Destructive lightning directly enveloped the star beast. However, the power of the heavenly punishment, which was enough to kill a supremacy, was like a scratch on the star beast's body. At this time, the star beast made its move. Its huge claws directly slapped the black hole in the sky. Boom! With just one strike, the black hole formed by the peerless demon was immediately destroyed. A figure appeared in the void, its body exploding with extremely pure demonic aura. Every strand of demonic aura tore through the void. Star Beast. Chapter 4397. Gu Fei had an extreme Tao weapon. He threw out the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the western desert. Boom! At this time, the star beast made its move. Its claw, which was many times larger than a mountain, smashed the black hole in the sky. Everyone who saw this scene was directly stunned. This mythological beast was too powerful, wasn't it? It actually destroyed the black hole formed by the peerless, ominous demon in an instant. Even the little monk Fan Xiao was shocked. This Gu Fei actually has such a powerful subordinate? Everyone was shocked. Little devil brat, be good and eat it for me. The star beast opened its mouth and sucked. The demonic figure immediately flew into the star beast's mouth, courting death. The peerless great demon hollered out and punched out, breaking through the devouring power of the star beast instantly before slamming down on the head of the star beast. Boom! A violent demonic power erupted, and the incomparably huge star beast was actually knocked to the side by this peerless great demon's punch. What? Everyone's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. The star beast could ignore the heavenly punishment. It was extremely powerful. Was it not a match for this demon? Roar! The star beast roared. The next moment, its huge body shrank rapidly. In just a few breaths' time, the star beast turned into a tall, majestic young man. Kill! The star beast Venerable waved its right hand and streaks of starlight pierced through the peerless demon. Kill me? Even the ancient Buddhist masters couldn't kill me. Can you? The demon said disdainfully. He waved his right hand and shattered the beams of starlight. Then he opened his mouth and spat out demonic fire. Boom! The demonic fire turned into a demonic ball and smashed into the star beast's body. The star beast roared and was sent flying thousands of miles away by the demonic fireball. split the heavens. The star beast Venerable let out a furious roar. In the next moment, boundless starlight erupted from his body. A world of stars appeared and devoured the peerless fiendish demon. Then the starry heaven and earth disappeared, and the star beast Venerable appeared. He directly sat in the void and circulated the astral energy to refine the peerless fiendish demon. This star beast was a beast sovereign, and it could fight with supreme existences at the supreme lord level. This peerless fiendish demon wasn't even at the supreme lord level. That said, the star beast Venerable needed some time to completely refine the ferocious demon. That's it? That demon? Little monk Fan Xiao simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. A peerlessly powerful and terrifying demon that didn't fear heaven's punishment was killed just like that. That was a peerless demon that even the ancient Buddhist masters couldn't kill. Could it be that this divine beast was even stronger than the ancient Buddhist lord? Thinking of this, little monk Fan Xiao was even more afraid. If such a powerful existence were to attack him, he might not be able to escape. However, the star venerable beast did not make a move against Fan Xiao. This made Fan Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Come back! With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, the star beast Venerable that was sitting in the void disappeared. Brother, why didn't you use such a trump card earlier? Old Tortoise said in shock. You already said that it's a trump card. Do you think it's so easy to use a trump card? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. That's true too. Old Tortoise nodded. The trump card was naturally the last to be used. No one would expose their trump card. This was because once a trump card was used, others would know about it. They would have scruples against you, be unwilling to fight you, or run away directly. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei in a different way. Let's go! With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei retrieved the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing the ground and left with Old Tortoise. Since they had obtained the 9 heavens adamantine, they naturally had to find a way to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. The Tai Sovereign Seal was the supreme sacred item of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise left, a few figures appeared near where Gu Fei was originally. Did Gu Fei leave? A young man with mighty dragon chi was somewhat disappointed. Humph, he left so quickly. In another direction, a young man with a pair of wings on his back said, Even if Gu Fei was here, you are no match for him. The young man with the dragon chi sneered. What did you say? The young man with wings on his back was instantly enraged. A violent aura immediately erupted from his body. You're not deaf. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man with the dragon chi said coldly, as if he did not take the young man seriously. Outrageous. I'd like to see what you're capable of. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, little Peng Emperor. The young man was truly enraged. I, Azure Dragon, may not have any other abilities, but I do have some ability to defeat you. The young man tightened his grip on the halberd. So you're Azure Dragon. We, the Great Peng Clan, specialize in eating dragons. As the little Peng Emperor spoke, he directly attacked the Azure Dragon. The wings on his back flapped, and countless formless astral winds slashed towards the Azure Dragon. Die! The Azure Dragon roared angrily, and a powerful energy wave erupted from the halberd in his hand. In the next moment, the halberd turned into a cold light and blocked all the invisible wind blades that were coming at it. The 2 experts started fighting in an instant. You two, get out of my sight! Seeing this, Fan Xiao was truly enraged. The Western Desert Buddhist land was almost destroyed, but these 2 guys still wanted to fight here. Did they think that he was invisible? Fan Xiao waved his sleeves. Azure Dragon and Little Peng Emperor were directly swept away by a wave of energy. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Whoever dares to fight in the Western Desert, I'll teach them a lesson. Fan Xiao's voice spread throughout the entire Western Desert. All the experts were in awe. No one dared to provoke Fan Xiao at this moment. One should know that this guy controlled the myriad Buddha temple. Even the ancient Great Omen, Xianhuang, had long left. In fact, the ancient Great Omen, Xianhuang, had already retreated when the Star Beast appeared. He was afraid that the Star Beast would attack him. The Star Beast was in existence at the level of a supremacy. It was even stronger than the extreme path mystic realm. The ancient Great Omen, Xianhuang, knew that he was no match for a supremacy. It was definitely not luck that the ancient Great Omen, Xianhuang, was able to survive until now. He knew who he dared to provoke and who he couldn't. However, in the extreme west of the purgatory, a cold laugh was heard. Then, endless black energy surged out from the extreme west. In an instant, it covered half of the sky. A terrifying and monstrous evil aura appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 40, 398. A peerless demon was sealed in the western desert Buddhist lands of the heavenly domain. This was a secret that only the higher-ups of the western desert Buddhist sect knew. However, on this day, this peerless demon was devoured by a divine beast. Star beasts devoured stars to obtain power. Star beasts at the supremacy level could devour countless stars in one gulp. With a single thought, they could devour the power of stars in an area of space. The peerless demon was devoured by the star beast. He was dead for sure. However, after the peerless demon was finished off by the star beast, the purgatory masters of the extreme West Purgatory finally had a rare opportunity. The Western Desert Buddhist sect was heavily injured by the peerless demon. Even the myriad Buddha mountain and the world inside it were destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. Most importantly, the seal of the extreme Western Purgatory had collapsed in this battle. Without the existence of the seal, the purgatory beings of the extreme Western Purgatory were free. I've been waiting for this day. Crazy laughter came from the depths of the extreme West Purgatory. All the beings of the extreme West Purgatory were excited as though they were on steroids. That's right. I'm going crazy after being sealed for so many years. Is the ancient Buddhist Lord still here? 6 powerful divine consciousnesses conversed in the extreme West Purgatory. Void dust, how did Wu Shang die? An old voice sounded. Although it was not loud, it was filled with authority. Boss, the Void Dust Purgatory Master was the only Purgatory Master who had killed his way out and returned to the Purgatory. No one knew the situation in the outside world better than him. Yes, boss. Wu Shang died. He died under the heavenly punishment. The Void Dust Purgatory Master hurriedly said. Died under the heavenly punishment? What is the heavenly punishment? The eldest of the Purgatory Masters muttered to himself. Who cares? Now that the Buddhist sect is weakened, we can flatten them and take over the western region. A Purgatory Master said disapprovingly. Is that so? Old Four, you take the lead. The eldest said, Don't, boss. It's better for boss to attack. The 4th Purgatory Master hurriedly said. The 4th Purgatory Master said hurriedly. Even the 3rd Purgatory Master, Wu Shang Purgatory, had died under the heaven punishment. His own cultivation base was slightly weaker than the 3rd Purgatory. 3rd brother wouldn't be able to withstand the heavenly punishment and would be blasted to smithereens. He wouldn't be able to withstand it either and would also be blasted to smithereens. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break the seal. The Purgatory boss sneered and didn't say anything else. Soon, the 6 Purgatory Masters joined hands. Countless Purgatory beings rushed out of the extreme Western Purgatory. Their violent auras filled the sky and earth. Endless fiendish energy surged out of the extreme Western Purgatory and covered half of the sky of the Western Desert. The countless living beings of the Western Desert were terrified to the extreme. The Purgatory creatures were sweeping through everything in their path. Even saint-level living beings were ripped to shreds by the Purgatory creatures. Boom! A great battle in front of the beings of extreme Western purgatory suddenly erupted with endless Buddha light. This Buddha light almost dispersed the fiendish aura in the sky. Swoosh! A ferocious bird broke through the fiendish aura and descended from the sky. It clawed at a figure on the Buddha mountain. The layer of Buddha light that covered the entire Buddha mountain was directly crushed by this fiendish aura. Evil creature! On the peak of Buddha mountain, a figure emitted endless Buddha light. This Buddha immediately threw out the string of Buddha beads that hung around his neck. The string of Buddha beads instantly enlarged and trapped the ferocious bird that swooped down from the sky. Rumble! At this moment, a black cloud floated over from afar. A huge hand slapped down from the black cloud. The huge hand instantly covered the entire sky and earth. A powerful fiendish energy exploded from the huge hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge hand landed and broke the string of Buddha beads that trapped the bird. The ferocious bird hurriedly flew into the sky and into the black cloud. Oh no, it's the Purgatory Master. The Buddha on the peak of Buddha Mountain could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He hurriedly sent out a fire signal. At this moment, the black cloud in the sky directly swept down from the sky and instantly covered the entire Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, the Buddha light formed by the guardian array of Buddha Mountain immediately dimmed. In just a few breaths' time, the guardian array of Buddha Mountain collapsed. A black aura landed on the body of a Buddhist sect expert on the Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, the eyes of that Buddhist sect expert suddenly turned blood red, and he was instantly demonized. He became a soulless fiendish demon that only knew how to kill. As the black aura covered the entire Buddha Mountain, countless Buddhist sect cultivators on the Buddha Mountain were demonized. Even the strongest Buddhist sect expert on the Buddha Mountain was not spared. Roar! A painful roar came from the peak of Buddha Mountain. At this moment, similar scenes were happening in the regions near the extreme west of the Buddha lands. Countless Buddha sects were directly breached, and all the Buddhist sect cultivators were turned into fiendish demons. The 6 great purgatory masters were crazily devouring the power of the Western Desert Buddha lands. The Western Desert Buddha lands had already been severely damaged. The 6 great purgatory masters were going to kill all the Buddhist sect disciples in the Western Desert Buddha lands. The 6 great purgatory masters had been sealed by the ancient Buddha for countless years and hated him to the core. These purgatory masters naturally wanted to destroy the orthodoxy that the ancient Buddha lands had left in the heavenly realm. The Golden Buddha Mountain was one of the 3 great Buddha sects of the Western Desert Buddha lands. The Golden Eagle Buddha, Lord, was the true ruler of the Golden Buddha Mountain. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the quasi-supremacy realm. At this moment, the news of the extreme Western Purgatory Master killing his way out of the extreme Western Purgatory had already spread. The entire world was shocked. Golden Eagle, come out and die. Endless black aura came from the horizon. A loud roar came from within the black aura. The voice spread throughout the entire Western Desert and shocked countless Buddha sect disciples. Swoosh! A golden figure directly rushed out from the Buddha palace at the peak of the Golden Buddha Mountain. A powerful wave of Buddha power immediately appeared in the world. At this moment, on the ground outside the Golden Buddha Mountain, countless ferocious evil swarmed towards the Golden Buddha Mountain like a tidal wave. Everywhere they passed, not a single blade of grass was left. Bam! A ferocious evil directly collided with the Buddha light formed by the Golden Buddha Mountain's guardian array. It was directly smashed into minced meat and died. Then, countless ferocious evil collided with the guardian array of the Golden Buddha Mountain. Soon, a thick layer of corpses accumulated at the foot of the Golden Buddha Mountain. The void was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. I have a saber that can slay Buddha! An angry roar came from within the black clouds. In the next moment, a saber light directly slashed out from the black clouds and instantly broke the guardian array that enveloped the entire myriad Buddha mountain. Clang! The golden eagle Buddha, Lord, clenched his right hand. In the next moment, he punched at the saber light that was descending from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the saber light that was descending from the sky was actually smashed into pieces by the golden eagle Buddha, Lord's punch. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Each fragment cut through the void of heaven and earth. Everyone who saw this scene was directly stunned. No one expected the golden eagle Buddha, Lord, to have such powerful combat strength. One must know that the power of that saber was infinitely close to the extreme Tao, but it was smashed into pieces by the golden eagle Buddha, Lord's punch. It's your misfortune to dare to provoke me. The golden eagle Buddha, Lord, looked up at the golden Buddha light that was broken by the saber light and said indifferently, most of the people in the golden Buddha mountain lineage were heterogeneous Buddhist cultivators. The true form of the golden eagle Buddha, Lord, was a golden eagle. At the top of the golden Buddha mountain, the golden eagle Buddha, Lord, turned into a beam of Buddha light and descended from the sky. He directly rushed out from the crack in the Buddha light and directly rushed into the monstrous black aura outside. A great battle broke out. The black aura was vast and mighty. The two powerhouses moved quickly in the void, and a terrifying and monstrous pressure spread in all directions. Roar! At this time, on the golden Buddha mountain, a tall golden arhat roared angrily. With a sway of his body, he turned into a golden giant elephant and directly rushed out from the golden Buddha mountain, slamming into the evil army outside. Everywhere the golden elephant passed, there was a burst of bloodlight. Countless evil beings were directly smashed by the giant elephant, leaving a path of blood behind. The golden Buddha mountain had a very deep foundation, especially this golden Buddha mountain. It was simply an inescapable net, and no one could take even half a step forward. Rumble! At this time, a giant city appeared in the distant sky. A looming figure appeared above the giant city, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread from the figure. Oh no, the Purgatory Master is here. Countless Buddhist powerhouses on the golden Buddha mountain were shocked to the extreme when they saw the giant city in the distant sky. The giant city was like an ancient demonic mountain, standing there, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Haha, the master is here. Golden Eagle, you're dead meat. The figure who was fighting with the golden eagle Buddha, Lord, laughed loudly. Hee, is that so? The golden eagle Buddha, Lord, didn't care at all and continued to attack. The moment the Purgatory Master of the extreme Western Purgatory attacked the Western Desert Buddhist land, little monk Fan Xiao knew. Humph, do they think I'm a pushover that they can bully? Little monk Fan Xiao was furious. So what if it's the Purgatory Master? Since he dares to provoke me, I'll kill him. Little monk Fan Xiao drove the 1,000 Buddha Palace and flew directly to the extreme Western battlefield. He wanted to trample the extreme Western Purgatory and get rid of this disaster once and for all. He even sent a message to Gu Fei. Brother Gu, are you interested in playing in the extreme Western Purgatory? Heaven Domain, in the demon race's ancestral land. In front of Gu Fei's residence, a figure appeared. This figure was little monk Fan Xiao. Not interested. Gu Fei rejected directly. Little monk Fan Xiao definitely didn't have anything good to look for him. Brother Gu, don't be like this. How about listening to me first? Little monk Fan Xiao smiled. Speak, don't talk nonsense. Gu Fei was a little impatient. Recently, he was a little annoyed because he realized that the 9 heavens pure gold was very difficult to refine. With his current cultivation, it was very troublesome to refine the 9 heavens pure gold. 6 Purgatory Masters of the extreme Western Desert, get rid of them for me. How about I give you 10 drops of the undying golden Buddha, tree's divine liquid? Little monk Fan Xiao said with a smile. He had obtained the 1,000 Buddha Palace and inherited everything from it. Now he was rich and overbearing. 10 drops of the undying golden Buddha, tree's divine liquid. Chapter 40, 399. Fan Xiu entered the Thousand Buddha Palace because he had obtained the legendary Immortal God Tree. The Immortal God Tree was as famous as the immortal ancestral herb and was known to be immortal. Such a heaven-defying creature could only be born in a world with perfect great Tao nomological laws. However, although the vitality of the Immortal God Tree was extremely heaven-defying, it did not have much cultivation and would be captured by other cultivators to refine its divine liquid into a supreme Tao elixir. Of course, not everyone could refine a supreme Tao Dan. Only the supreme alchemist could refine a supreme Tao Dan, and the success rate was 50-50. Only a heaven-defying existence, like Gu Fei, could easily refine the supreme Tao elixir because his alchemy was extremely heaven-defying. At this time, in the demon race's ancestral land, at Gu Fei's residence, a faint figure floated in front of Gu Fei. 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree. Gu Fei was tempted when he heard little monk Fan Xiu's offer. That was the divine liquid of the Immortal God Tree. 1 drop was equivalent to a life. Even if an extreme supreme was severely injured or on the verge of death, a drop of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree could help him recover in a short period of time. 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree were so precious that even an extreme supreme would be jealous. However, Gu Fei had the immortal ancestral herb and the divine spring of life in his inner world. He did not care much about 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree. Yes, if Brother Gu is willing to help, 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree will be yours. Fan Xiu said, although they were separated by a great distance, he could still communicate with Gu Fei, who was in the ancestral land of the demon race, through the information transmission talisman. I'm not free. That's all. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand, and the figure floating in front of him disappeared in the void. You want me to help you with 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree. Gu Fei shook his head in disdain. The higher the price little monk Fan Xiu offered, the harder it was to deal with. The extreme Western purgatory master was not a weakling. The great ominous being Xian Huang was one of the 7 great purgatory masters. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and combat power, even if he used the Star Beast, he would only be able to fight evenly with the great omen, Mysterious Yellow. He did not want to use the 9 heavens stars sword again. Let's let Fan Xiu fight with that Xian Huang first. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of little monk Fan Xiu. Gu Fei muttered to himself, Gu Fei! At that moment, a figure pushed open the door and entered. It was Old Tortoise. What happened? Gu Fei couldn't help but ask when he saw the Old Tortoise's anxious look. I've received news that something big is happening in the Western Desert. Little monk Fan Xiu is fighting against the ancient evil Xian Huang. Old Tortoise quickly said, TSK, I thought it was something important. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, You know everything? Old Tortoise was surprised. In fact, he didn't expect little monk Fan Xiu to ask Gu Fei for help again. But this time, Gu Fei would not make a move easily, because he knew that the ancient evil Xian Huang was difficult to deal with. This Western Desert, Thousand Buddha Palace, little monk Fan Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, there were 3 Buddhist experts sitting in front of little monk Fan Xiu. One of them was the Golden Body Buddha, who had blocked the experts from all sides. The other 2 were the Shilin ancient temples, Lord Shilin, and the ancient Buddha's disciple, Buddha Ranbei. Even Buddha Ranbei was respectful in front of Fan Xiu, not daring to show any signs of neglect. This Gu Fei is not willing to make a move. Lord Shilin was secretly shocked. Buddha Fan Xiu was willing to take out 10 drops of the divine liquid of the Immortal God Tree. This was the divine liquid of the legendary Immortal God Tree. 1 drop of this divine liquid of the Immortal God Tree was enough to turn one into a Buddha. This Gu Fei doesn't know what's good for him, Buddha Ranbei said. Buddha's son Ranjian said. Buddha Lord Ranjian and Buddha's son Ranbei were brothers. They were both disciples of the ancient Buddha Lord. Buddha Ranbei looked old, but he had to call Buddha Ranbei brother. This Buddha Ranjian trained in the body of a Buddha. Even though he wasn't fighting with anyone and wasn't using his Buddha power, his skin was still shining gold. When his eyes opened and closed, there was gold light shining. Buddha Ranbei could turn into a golden Buddha when he used his Buddha skills, but when he wasn't using his Buddha skills, he was like an old monk with no cultivation. Brother, you just came out of seclusion, so you don't know how strong Gu Fei is. Buddha Ranbei sighed. He knew what kind of existence Gu Fei was from Buddha leader Shilin. He was someone who could defeat the Alpha Realm and the Alpha Demons. How strong can he be? His god beast is the truly strong one. Buddha Ranbei didn't care. He had been in seclusion inside Thousand Buddha Mountain for a long time. He had been protecting Thousand Buddha Palace. Even the battle between the Alpha Demons and Gu Fei didn't disturb him. But Buddha leader Shilin was one of the 3 Buddha leaders of Western Desert. After that battle, the Primogenitor Realm's experts, who were originally unscrupulous and casually attacking the Heaven Realm's major forces, became well-behaved. The experts from the Ancestral Realm who had grudges with Gu Fei immediately left the Ancestral Realm. This Buddha leader that Gu Fei, Buddha leader Shilin wanted to say more. Enough! Buddha Ranbei interrupted Buddha leader Shilin's words. Without Gu Fei, I can take care of those purgatory masters. As he spoke, Buddha Supreme Ranjian stood up. As he moved, a faint sound of wind and thunder came from his body, and there was a faint golden glow around his body. A strong aura emanated from Buddha Ranbei's body. Little monk Fan Xiao and Buddha's son Ranbei were fine, but Buddha leader Shilin was shocked. The pressure coming from Buddha's supreme burning vision made it hard for him to breathe. At this time, a powerful and evil aura came from afar, and a huge black city appeared in the sky. What? Fan Xiao's eyebrows jumped. Ancient, ominous Xian Huang. Buddha Ranbei was shocked too. Ancient, ominous Xian Huang's expression changed. Ancient, ominous Xian Huang was a true ominous being. He was the real boss of Western Purgatory. Fan Xiao and Little Monk didn't think that they would meet the boss of Purgatory before they even arrived. Ancient, ominous Xian Huang. Now, ancient, ominous Xian Huang was definitely one of the strongest existences in Heaven Realm because he could ignore Heaven's punishment. In both Heaven Realm and Human Realm, there were no more than 5 experts who dared to ignore Heaven's punishment. Fan Xiao was one, Gu Fei was another. Ancient, ominous Xian Huang was also one. Ancient, ominous Xian Huang suddenly appeared and blocked the path of Million Buddha Palace. Little monk Fan Xiao was unhappy. But didn't little monk Fan Xiao and little monk Fan Xiao come for ancient Buddha leader and the other purgatory masters? Rumble! At the very next moment, a huge hand grabbed out at the myriad Buddha Palace. An extremely violent power of Buddha erupted, locking down the entire place. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh was heard. Then, a golden Buddhist light rushed out from Million Buddha Palace. It broke through the evil power and shot into the ancient, ominous city. Boom! When the loud sound was heard, the entire ominous city shook. However, in the next moment, a figure shrouded in Buddhist light rushed out of the ominous city. An extremely powerful force rippled in all directions. Then, an extremely ferocious figure stepped out of the ancient, ominous city and caught up with Supreme Buddha Ranjian. They started fighting. Ancient, ominous Xian Huang was not a kind person. Bam! Buddha Supreme Ranjian was sent flying with a fist mark on his chest. However, the fist mark quickly disappeared as if he had never been hit in the first place. Such an extremely powerful Buddha body was difficult to be injured. This was especially true for Supreme Buddha Ranjian. He cultivated the supreme technique of becoming an honorable with his physical body. Fan Xiu, come out and die. Ancient ominous Xian Huang did not take Supreme Buddha Ran Jian seriously at all. He attacked casually and forced Supreme Buddha Ran Jian to retreat continuously. It was almost impossible for him to fight back. Humph! In the myriad Buddha palace, Fan Xiu's face was extremely solemn when she saw this scene. Ancient ominous Xian Huang lived up to his name. He was afraid that he could not deal with this ancient, ominous Xian Huang. That was why he wanted to ask Gu Fei to take action. However, Gu Fei directly refused. This Xian Huang, Ran Bei, and the others stared at the peerlessly powerful and ferocious figure. The Buddhist power on their bodies was vast, and they were ready to take action at any time. Rumble! At this time, thunder began to sound from the depths of the sky. There was a terrifying aura of destruction coming from the depths of the sky, shocking all living beings in the world. The power of heaven's punishment began to stir. Whether it was the ancient ominous Xian Huang or Supreme Buddha Ran Jian, their power had reached the limit that the heaven realm could allow. If the power they displayed increased again, the heaven's punishment would really come. Of course, whether it was Fan Xiu or Xian Huang, they were not afraid of the heaven's punishment. You don't want to come out? Then let's start killing. As Xian Huang spoke, a terrifying and monstrous power suddenly erupted from his body. The next moment, the heaven's punishment tribulation, thunder, directly fell from the depths of the sky. Rumble! In just an instant, the destructive aura that made hundreds of millions of living beings tremble filled every inch of the void. What? Upon seeing this, Buddha Ran Jian was shocked and hurriedly tried to retreat. But at this time, the ancient, ominous Xian Huang directly pointed a finger, and a beam of destructive light rushed out from the tip of his finger. A golden bloodlight suddenly appeared. Supreme Buddha Ran Jian's chest was directly pierced by the ancient, ominous Xian Huang's finger, causing a bloody hole to appear from the front to the back. Golden Buddha blood seeped out from the bloody hole. The successor of the ancient Buddha, Lord, is only SOO. Xian Huang said disdainfully. This guy could not even take a blow from him when he was serious. You, Supreme Buddha Ran Jian, was shocked and angry. He retreated in panic. But the ancient, ominous Xian Huang's current cultivation had broken through to the extreme path secret realm, and he was not afraid of heaven's punishment. Chapter 4400. Just like an ant. Xian Huang was extremely powerful. He didn't even use He Cheng's power. Just his physical strength alone was enough to send one of the 12 disciples of the Millennium Buddha flying. With such cultivation, he was indeed almost invincible. Wah! Buddha's supreme burning vision spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Xian Huang's words. It was golden blood, and every drop was shining with golden Buddha light. When one's cultivation reached Buddha's supreme burning vision's level, his flesh and bones had completely transformed. He was just one step away from reaching the top and becoming the second Millennium Buddha. However, since ancient times, no Buddhist cultivator had ever reached the extreme grade supreme realm. Fan Xiu, come out and fight. Xian Huang stared at the myriad Buddha palace opposite him. His entire body was filled with battle intent, and the entire world shook. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and bombarded him. However, the terrifying power of heaven's punishment that was enough to kill an extreme grade supreme realm was blocked by an invisible force 100 feet away from Xian Huang. It was as if a special domain had formed within a radius of 1,000 feet around him. No power could enter this domain. Absolute forbidden domain. Inside the myriad Buddha palace, little monk Fan Xiu couldn't help but be moved when he saw the scene. This domain power was too abnormal, and he was the absolute strongest existence in the domain. When fighting with Xian Huang, one must not enter within 100 feet of him, or else he would be killed. In the absolute forbidden domain, even those who had the same cultivation as Xian Huang would be completely imprisoned. Their cultivation would be suppressed, and they would become immortal. Xian Huang didn't even need to make a move. He only needed to blow out a breath, and he would be able to destroy the body and soul of those who entered his absolute forbidden domain. Tisk, if I go out just because you tell me to, then I'll lose face. Little monk Fan Xiu's voice came from the myriad Buddha palace. You bastard! You're even more of a bastard than before. Ancient evil Xian Huang roared in anger. Haha, what can you do to me? Fan Xiu said proudly. This, Buddha, Lord Shilin, and Buddha son, Ranbei, looked at Fan Xiu in shock. They couldn't believe that this guy in front of them was the legendary person. If you don't come out, I'll beat you until you do. Xian Huang roared and threw a punch at the myriad Buddha palace. A huge fist appeared in the void like a Xian Huang divine mountain, crushing down on the myriad Buddha palace. Boom! It was as if billions of thunderbolts had exploded in the void at the same time. The void within a radius of 100,000 miles around the myriad Buddha temple was directly blasted apart, and a terrifying destructive force swept across the sky and the ground. Rumble! The earth was sinking, and 100,000 miles away, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Each crack was incomparably huge, like a pitch-black abyss lying across the world. This was just the might of a single punch, but it was enough to destroy the world. Of course, even someone as strong as Mysterious Yellow would not dare to destroy the Heaven Realm. One must know that the waters of the Heaven Realm were very deep, not to mention others, just that Gu Fei was already unfathomable. Moreover, the current Heaven Realm was very complicated. Powerful beings from the Primogenitor Realm had also descended to the Heaven Realm. The Primogenitor's world was a legendary supreme world. Even the Buddhist Lord, the great ominous Xian Huang, had never been to that legendary world. Is this guy crazy? Several experts broke through the void and rushed out from the shattered void. One of the experts directly revealed his ancestral dragon true body. The ancestral dragon's pressure was vast and mighty, and a dragon's roar tore through the sky. All living beings trembled under the ancestral dragon's pressure. An ancestral dragon from the Primogenitor Realm? The great ominous Xian Huang's eyes lit up when he saw this ancestral dragon. One had to know that the Primogenitor Realm was known as the origin of the myriad worlds. The ancestral dragon race was definitely powerful to the extreme. However, this ancestral dragon race did not dare to undo the seal and restore its extreme cultivation base. It could only retreat far away, not daring to get close to the blessed Buddha palace. Haha, just a little more, and we might be able to break in. Little monk Fan Xiu laughed. The myriad Buddha temple was a palace of the Buddhist Lord. Even Mysterious Yellow would not be able to break in a short time. Again, Mysterious Yellow punched again. This punch contained 50% of his strength. When the punch was thrown, heaven and earth shattered. Boom! Another loud bang shook the myriad Buddha temple. Billions of Buddha lights burst out from the myriad Buddha temple. The surroundings of the myriad Buddha temple had turned into chaos. The power of the extreme Tao secret realm was too strong. The great ominous Yellow punched the myriad Buddha temple into chaos with just 2 punches. However, he still could not do anything to Fan Xiu because he could not even break through the defenses of the myriad Buddha temple. You can just hide in there like a turtle, Mysterious Yellow said angrily. Little monk Fan Xiu hid inside the myriad Buddha temple and did not come out. He could not do anything to Fan Xiu. No. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't dare to come out. I just don't want to talk to you. Little monk Fan Xiu shook his head. You, ancient ominous Xian Huang was really angered. This guy was too shameless. You better not come out. I'm going to kill all the Baldies in the western desert. Mysterious Yellow said as he turned and left. Oh no. Shilin Buddhist Lord sensed the direction Mysterious Yellow left in. His expression changed. The direction Mysterious Yellow Left in was the Shilin Ancient Temple. Was this great, ominous Yellow planning to start with the Shilin Ancient Temple? This guy, Buddha-san Ranbei, could not sit still. The Shilin Ancient Temple was the inheritance of Buddha-san Ranbei. Shilin Buddhist Lord was just a descendant of Buddha-san Ranbei. Mysterious, Yellow wanted to start with the Shilin Ancient Temple. The two of them were very nervous. This guy means what he says. Ai, this is troublesome. Little monk Fan, Xiao, shook his head and sighed. The great ominous Yellow was fierce, but he always did what he said. Buddha Supreme, what do we do? Shilin Buddhist Lord looked at Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao sighed and took out a message talisman. Buddha Supreme, what are you? Buddha-san Ranbei saw Fan Xiao use the talisman. Was he going to call for reinforcements? But where could he get reinforcements from? Ai. Fan Xiao sighed, and then she activated the information transmission talisman. Heaven Realm, Monster, Ancestral Ground, where Gu Fei was. In front of Gu Fei, little monk Fan Xiao appeared. Why are you here again? Gu Fei said impatiently, Brother Gu, I still want to ask you to help. Little monk Fan Xiao smiled. This was a shadow, but it was like he was talking to Gu Fei face to face. Didn't I tell you? I don't have time. Gu Fei refused. How about 10 drops of undead god liquid and a technique to refine 9 sky pure gold? Little monk Fan Xiao said with a pained expression. Chapter 4401. If Mysterious Yellow wanted to destroy the Western Desert's Buddhist orthodoxy, the most direct method would be to kill all the bald heads in the entire Western Desert. This method was not only the most direct, but also the simplest and most effective. Moreover, the most important thing was that the great Omin Xian Huang really had the ability to do so. He immediately rushed towards the Shilin Ancient Temple and wanted to destroy the Shilin Ancient Temple. Little monk Fan Xiao could no longer sit still. Little monk Fan Xiao thought that only Gu Fei could help him resolve the chaos caused by the Purgatory Masters. Therefore, he finally contacted Gu Fei through the information transmission talisman. Gu Fei had been troubled recently. Although he had obtained the 9 heavens pure gold from little monk Fan Xiao, he realized that it was difficult to refine after returning to the demon race's ancestral land. This was an immortal divine material. In order to refine it and use it to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal, one had to be at the extreme grade. Gu Fei was not yet an extreme grade supremacy, and the heavenly realm did not allow the appearance of extreme grade supremacy. This gave him a headache. Although he had the treasures, he did not know how to use them. At this time, little monk Fan Xiao actually made a condition that he could not refuse. He asked him to deal with Mysterious Yellow and the other Purgatory Masters. 10 drops of the Immortal Tree's divine elixir and a cultivation technique to refine the 9 heavens pure gold. Gu Fei was a little tempted, but he still refused without batting an eyelid. Brother Gu, what do you want? Little monk Fan Xiao asked helplessly. How about this? 20 drops of the Immortal Tree's divine elixir, a cultivation technique, and 3 golden Buddha fruits. Gu Fei said, What? Why don't you just rob? Little monk Fan Xiao shouted, Haha, you're right. I'm really robbing. If not you, who else? Gu Fei laughed. You! Fan Xiao was so angry that she almost cursed at Gu Fei. How about it? Forget it. Gu Fei didn't care at all. This, little monk Fan Xiao pondered. That was 20 drops of divine liquid from the immortal tree. Even the top forces in the primogenitor realm would find it difficult to obtain a single drop. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the Shilin Ancient Temple. The entire Shilin Ancient Temple was blown up by a punch, and dust rose high into the sky. The countless Buddhist cultivators in the Shilin Ancient Temple disappeared together with the Shilin Ancient Temple. When the news spread, Buddha leader Shilin almost went berserk. Buddha's son Ranbei was even more furious. This Xian Huang was too despicable. He actually dared to do such a thing. What's that sound? Gu Fei asked. It's nothing. All right, I agree. Little monk Fan Xiu hurriedly said. He had hesitated just now. An entire Shilin ancient temple had been destroyed. If he had hesitated again, perhaps that madman Mysterious Yellow would really kill all the Buddhist cultivators in the entire Western Desert. Good. Straightforward. I'm coming. Gu Fei smiled and cut off the connection with little monk Fan Xiu. Haha, I say, you are really asking for too much. Old Tortoise, who had been sitting cross-legged opposite Gu Fei, laughed. This time, Gu Fei had cheated little monk Fan Xiu of a lot of treasures, especially the 20 drops of divine liquid from the immortal tree and the 3 golden Buddha fruits. I want Fan Xiu to bleed. Gu Fei smiled. I want 1 golden Buddha fruit. The old tortoise laughed. That was the legendary supreme, divine fruit of the undying golden Buddha tree. Just 1 fruit was enough for an ordinary cultivator to ascend to the heavens in a single step, becoming a saint ancestor. Legend has it that the immortal tree blooms once every 100,000 years and bears fruit after another 100,000 years. It takes 200,000 years for it to bear 9 golden Buddha fruits. Old Tortoise mumbled. Of course, for an extreme path supremacy, it was not rare to roam the 9 skies for 1,000,000 years. However, for a normal cultivator, 200,000 years was an extremely long time. It takes so long. Gu Fei was surprised. 200,000 years was too long. What do you think? The immortal tree seemed to have bloomed once in the hands of the ancient Buddha Lord. In the entire heavenly earth, only Fan Xiu could take out 3 golden Buddha fruits. Old Tortoise explained. I see. Gu Fei nodded. All right. Hurry to the Western Desert. Once that lunatic Black Yellow goes crazy, it will not be a joke. Old Tortoise urged. He was not worried about Fan Xiu. He just wanted to get the golden Buddha fruits as soon as possible. All right. Gu Fei said and tore the void apart. He took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Hee, I did not expect that I, Old Tortoise, would have the chance to eat the legendary supreme divine fruit. Old Tortoise almost drooled at the thought of eating the golden Buddha fruits. In fact, the reason why Gu Fei asked Fan Xiu for the golden Buddha fruits was Old Tortoise's idea. Old Tortoise was also testing Fan Xiu to see if he had the golden Buddha fruits. He did not expect that Fan Xiu really did have the golden Buddha fruits. Just then, Fan Xiu, who had agreed to Gu Fei's request, looked extremely ugly. He could not go out and fight Black Yellow because he had something important to do. He could not waste his essence chi right now. He could only ask Gu Fei to help. Buddha Supreme, the immortal God liquid, is okay, but the golden Buddha fruit, Buddha Ranbei hesitated. The golden Buddha fruit from the immortal tree will probably ripen in a few days. Fan Xiu said. What? Buddha Ranbei and West Forest Buddha leader were shocked and happy. They did not expect that the golden Buddha fruit, which took 100,000 years to bloom and 100,000 years to bear fruit, was about to ripen. 1 reincarnation. Fan Xiu sighed. Buddhists cultivated reincarnation. After hearing Fan Xiu's words, Buddha Ranbei and West Forest Buddha leader did not speak. Their faces were very serious. Fan Xiu, why are you not coming out? Just then, Black Yellow's voice came. He was stomping down on the Buddha palaces and Buddha mountains. The other big power in West Desert, Gold Buddha Mountain, had been destroyed. Even the Golden Eagle Buddha, Lord of the Golden Buddha Mountain, was smashed into minced meat by this great fierce being, his body and soul destroyed. Why isn't Gu Fei here yet? Fan Xiu and the others hiding in the 1,000 Buddha Palace were panicking. Haha, okay, if you don't come out, I will kill you until you do. Next is Xian Buddha Valley. Black Yellow laughed and rushed towards Xian Buddha Valley. Fan Xiu was shocked and angry. Black Yellow had destroyed 2 Buddhist holy lands. Countless Buddhist cultivators had died at his hands. This made Fan Xiu's heart bleed. Just then, a god light descended from the sky and stopped in front of Black Yellow. Black Yellow, stop here! The god light dissipated and a young man in black appeared in the sky. It's you! When Black Yellow saw this young man in black, his eyes narrowed. He knew this person. He had seen him not long ago. Chapter 4402. Eternal Ominous Xian Huang's name was not just for show. It was earned through killing. Back in the day, this ominous Xian Huang was almost invincible. The number of experts that died in his hands was simply too many to count. At his peak, he even killed an extreme-grade supremacy. Although countless years had passed and the current era was no longer Xian Huang's era, this great ominous Xian Huang had returned. At this time, Xian Huang took advantage of the fact that the western desert Buddhist land of the Heaven Realm was heavily injured and directly attacked the Buddhist sects of the Heaven Realm. Even the little monk Fan Xiao was blocked in the myriad Buddha temple by Xian Huang. He did not dare to come out and had no choice but to ask Gu Fei for help. In order to invite Gu Fei, the little monk Fan Xiao had put in a lot of effort. He did not hesitate to give Gu Fei 20 drops of divine liquid from the immortal God tree, 3 golden Buddha fruits, and the secret method to refine the 9 heavens gold essence. The little monk Fan Xiao's heart was bleeding. 20 drops of the immortal tree's divine liquid was a priceless treasure, and the golden Buddha fruits were even more precious than the divine liquid. If possible, he could use these things to create many Buddhist sects powerhouses, but it was a pity that he had to give them to Gu Fei. Just as Xian Huang was about to start a massacre in the western desert Buddhist land and force Fan Xiao out of the myriad Buddha temple, Gu Fei finally arrived. Xian Huang, why did you kill the innocent? Gu Fei stopped Xian Huang and looked at him coldly. He had already received news that Xian Huang had actually destroyed the Shilin ancient temple and the golden Buddha mountain. Countless Buddhist cultivators had died under this guy's butcher knife. What does this have to do with you? Dao friend Gu, your hands are reaching too far. Eternal ominous Xian Huang stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, "Ha, what does this have to do with me? What do you think?" Gu Fei laughed. "I only have a personal grudge with the Buddhist sects. Are you going to interfere?" Xian Huang's face became even more gloomy. Personal grudge? Then why did you start a massacre in the western desert and slaughter the disciples of the Earth sect? Gu Fei said sternly, "Dao friend Gu, I have enmity with the Buddhist sect. You better not intervene." Xian Huang's voice turned cold, seemingly impatient. "I'm going to take care of this." Gu Fei said coldly, "Humph, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Black Yellow was brimming with killing intent. "Tisk, bring it on." Gu Fei said in disdain. This fella had crossed his bottom line by slaughtering humans. Kill! Without any hesitation, Xian Huang threw a punch at Gu Fei, and the violent force directly blasted through the void of heaven and earth. A huge yellow hand appeared in the void. It directly smashed towards Gu Fei, its powerful power locking down the space around it. Black spatial cracks kept appearing around him. Humph! Gu Fei extended his right hand and punched out as well. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists instantly collided. The two figures separated in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, they rushed together again. Bam! Boom! In just an instant, Gu Fei and Xian Huang had exchanged dozens of moves, but there was no clear winner. Gu Fei is getting stronger and stronger. Although they were separated by tens of thousands of miles, a picture appeared in the void in front of Fan Xiao, who was watching the battle with his great magical power. Can he stop Xian Huang? Buddha Lord Shilin was very doubtful. However, Gu Fei actually fought with Xian Huang from the Extreme Path Secret Realm, which made Buddha Lord Shilin and the others in disbelief. One should know that Xian Huang had the cultivation of the Extreme Path Secret Realm, and he could ignore the power of heaven's punishment. Even Fan Xiao was very surprised. He knew that Gu Fei had a star beast, which was a supreme existence at the High Lord level. Wouldn't it be easy for such an existence to kill Xian Huang? However, he never expected that Gu Fei would personally take action. When did he become an extreme path supremacy? Buddha Ranbei stared at the figure that appeared in the void and was inexplicably shocked. Fan Xiao did not speak. He was also very curious that Gu Fei had such a skill. His cultivation was only at the middle of the quasi-supremacy level before, but now he was strong enough to fight the extreme path secret realm. The power of heaven's punishment also had a limit. It was true that this power could kill a supremacy. Even the peak of the extreme path secret realm would die under the power of heaven's punishment. However, those who had the cultivation of the extreme path secret realm could ignore the power of heaven's punishment. This was because the existence of the extreme path secret realm could fight against the power of heaven's punishment. How could you? Xian Huang could not understand. Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the middle of the quasi-supremacy level before. How long had it been? How could he fight against him now? This was not Gu Fei burning his eternal real blood again to increase his cultivation and combat power. Ever since he used this trump card, he would not use it easily. One had to know that the eternal real bone in his chest could only refine a few drops of eternal real blood. Every drop he used was one drop less. It was not easy to refine it again. Gu Fei knew that burning his eternal real blood could indeed increase his cultivation to the extreme path secret realm. However, he would not do so easily because the gains would not make up for the losses. Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. The great evil Xian Huang used his killer move. He punched out, causing the entire space around him to tremble, emitting a terrifying sonic boom that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everywhere his fist passed, the space around him was crushed. 5-element fist. Gu Fei used a fist technique that he had created. He clenched his right hand, and a dazzling golden light immediately exploded from his fist. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. This was the metal element fist of the 5-element fist. Like a golden wave, the fist energy swept towards Xian Huang. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and the two figures were sent flying at the same time. It was still a tie. How did you do it? Xian Huang was really shocked. The combat power that Gu Fei showed was really beyond his imagination. No one's cultivation could suddenly increase from the mid-level quasi-supreme realm to the extreme path secret realm, because whether it was the human clan or other creatures, they could only improve their cultivation and combat power by going through arduous cultivation step by step. Haha, are you stupid? How could I tell you? Gu Fei smiled proudly. Xian Huang was shocked and angry. In fact, Gu Fei had only become one with the sword and temporarily borrowed the power of the 9 Heavens Star Sword. The 9 Heavens Star Sword was an eternal Tao artifact. The God's will in the 9 Heavens Divine Sword was not completely asleep, so he could borrow the power of the extreme path secret realm. However, he could not borrow more powerful power unless the God's will in the 9 Heavens Star Sword was completely awakened. In his era, Xian Huang was only in existence at the supremacy level at his peak, and he had not touched the edge of the eternal realm. Naturally, he could not see through Gu Fei's strength. Again, Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His hands bloomed with golden light, dancing like 2 heavenly swords, and fiercely chopped at Xian Huang. Pagoda, come! Xian Huang's expression was solemn. He flipped his right hand, and the 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda immediately appeared in his hand, blocking Gu Fei's attack. Hey, Xian Huang, this thing is not bad. Why don't you give it to me? Gu Fei said as he stared at the 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda in Xian Huang's hand. Okay, I'll give it to you now. Xian Huang was furious. He immediately activated the 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda, and 9 rays of black and yellow divine light immediately rushed out of the 9-story pagoda. The 9 rays of black and yellow divine light instantly turned into 9 different weapons that slashed at Gu Fei and each weapon exuded the power of the extreme path mystic realm. Dang, 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 Gu Fei continued to wave his arms, blocking the 9 divine weapons that were slashing towards him. When the divine weapons slashed on his arms, they actually emitted the unique sound of metal colliding with each other. What? Seeing this scene, Xian Huang could not help but be shocked. How could this guy's physical body be so strong that he could block a supremacy-level Tao artifact with his bare hands? The 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda was a supreme Tao artifact refined by Xian Huang at his peak. Even among supremacy-level Tao artifacts, it was one of the best. And the rarest thing was that the material of the 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda was the immortal spirit metal, 9 Heavens Black Yellow Iron. Therefore, this 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda was a supremacy-level Tao artifact that could evolve. Otherwise, Gu Fei would not have taken a fancy to this supremacy-level Tao artifact. If his cultivation was restored to the eternal realm, he could refine this 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda into an eternal Tao artifact. At this time, Gu Fei walked in the void, approaching Xian Huang step by step. The 9 divine weapons that rushed out of the 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda danced around his body, slashing at him in a frenzy. However, with a wave of his hand, Gu Fei slapped away the Tao soldiers that were slashing at him. The 9 Tao soldiers could not even cut through his clothes. Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao surpassed everyone in the heaven realm and the human world. Even Jiangren Huang could not compare to him. It should be known that he was once an eternal sovereign. Xian Huang's magical power could not hurt him at all. Preposterous! Xian Huang desperately urged the 9 Heavens Black Yellow Pagoda, and the 9 Tao soldiers suddenly burst with dazzling divine light, illuminating the whole world. The power of black and yellow shook the world. You are too weak. Gu Fei's fist technique changed. His right hand bloomed with endless golden light, and his left hand burst with bright black light. A yin-yang Tao diagram emerged from his body. Buzz! The yin-yang Tao diagram shook, and the 9 Tao soldiers were all knocked away by the yin-yang fist force. This Gu Fei, Fan Xiao, who was watching the battle through a magical power in the void, saw this scene, and her face became extremely serious. She knew that Gu Fei had not used his true power yet. At least the Star Beast had not made a move yet. The Star Beast was in existence at the supremacy level, and it was peerlessly powerful. It had once swallowed the peerless demon that was born in the Buddha land. If the Star Beast made a move, wouldn't the eternal great ominous Xian Huang be killed as well? Fan Xiao did not understand why Gu Fei did not let the Star Beast make a move. Instead, he wanted to fight the eternal great ominous Xian Huang himself. Yin-Yang Fist. Chapter 4403. Gu Fei battled the ancient ominous Xian Huang. This battle attracted the attention of countless experts, especially those from the primogenitor realm, because they all knew Gu Fei's identity. Gu Fei rose to power in the primogenitor realm in the past. He was invincible, and the number of extreme Tao Supremes that died at his hands was not few. One had to know that it was not easy to give birth to an extreme Tao supremacy, even in a place like the primogenitor realm. Of course, the primogenitor realm was different from ordinary, perfect great worlds. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds, and it had the most complete and strongest heavenly Tao laws. The life forms in the primogenitor realm were blessed by the heavens. Some races could fight against true dragons and easily capture true phoenixes the moment they were born. In terms of talent, the great races in the primogenitor realm were much more talented than those in other great worlds. However, the path of cultivation did not mean that one could become a supreme powerhouse with heaven-defying talent. For example, Gu Fei did not have any talent, nor did he have a heaven-defying physique. However, he relied on his indomitable will to walk step by step to become the strongest existence in the world, overlooking the life forms in the primogenitor realm. Of course, it was impossible for someone like Gu Fei to appear in the myriad heavens and realms, even in billions of years. Rumble! At this time, Gu Fei used his self-created yin-yang fist. He grasped the yin-yang in his hand, and a huge yin-yang Tao diagram emerged from his body, directly repelling the 9 great Tao soldiers that were slashing at him. As soon as the yin-yang fist appeared, all the yin and yang energy in the world crazily gathered towards Gu Fei. Rays of yin and yang light rushed towards him from all directions, fusing into the yin-yang Tao diagram on his body. The great Tao of yin-yang, the ancient ominous Xianhuang, was slightly moved. The great Tao of yin-yang was the most difficult, great Tao to grasp in the world, but this Gu Fei had actually cultivated this great Tao. But so what? In front of my Xianhuang great Tao, all great Taos have to bow their heads. Xianhuang was bursting with confidence. He had once dominated the myriad worlds for countless years, and he was one of the strongest existences in the world. However, he had encountered the ancient Buddhist Lord. This Millennium Buddha Lord was strong, but he was only on par with him. If it wasn't for the fact that the 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord was too cunning and schemed against him, he wouldn't have nearly died. He had to destroy the Buddhist sect. Over the countless years, the reason why Xianhuang didn't die and persevered until now was because he wanted to take revenge on the Buddhist Lord. However, after he was born, he realized that the sky and the earth were no longer the same as they used to be. The Buddhist Lord had also disappeared. Whether it was the heavenly realm or the human realm, the ancient Buddha Lord could not be found in the mysterious universe. However, in the present world, there was an inheritance left behind by the ancient Buddha Lord. Boom! At this time, the power of heaven and earth exploded. The ancient ominous heaven and earth directly took out the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. The 9 great Tao soldiers that had been sent flying by Gu Fei flew back into the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda and entered it. The 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda soared into the sky and slammed down on Gu Fei. 1. Gu Fei used the yin-yang fist. The yin-yang Tao diagram soared into the sky and directly sealed the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. The power of yin-yang was vast and mighty. The yin-yang Tao diagram and the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda collided. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The entire void was directly smashed into primal chaos. 100,000 miles of the void became a black hole. Even the primal chaos chi was beaten out. The peerless experts watching the battle from afar were all stunned by this scene. The power of the extreme path mystic realm was too strong. Whether it was Xianhuang or Gu Fei, they were both trying their best to control the supreme power. Because if this supreme power was allowed to explode, the entire western desert would be directly erased from the heavenly realm. Even the entire world would be severely damaged. Xianhuang didn't want to destroy the heavenly realm. Of course, even if he wanted to destroy the heavenly realm, Gu Fei wouldn't let him do so. How is this possible? This Gu Fei actually blocked the 9 black-yellow pagoda. At this time, a quasi-supreme expert exclaimed. This peerless expert was only able to watch the battle from afar by relying on the protection of the extreme path Tao treasure. The aura that erupted from Gu Fei and Xianhuang was too powerful. It suppressed all living beings below the extreme path. Even those with the protection of the extreme path Tao treasure still felt an incomparable pressure. Even Yi Beiqin, the supreme king of the Yi clan of the ancestral realm, was shocked. That's the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda, one of the strongest Tao treasures in the world. Someone said in disbelief, Gu Fei blocked the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda with his bare hands. This scene shocked everyone because the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was a supreme Tao treasure. In ancient times, it was famous throughout the world, and the ancient ominous Xianhuang was an existence that could contend with the ancient Buddhist Lord. This guy Gu Fei in the ancestral palace of the demon clan, a screen of light floated in the air. The scene of the battle between Gu Fei and the ancient, ominous Xian Huang appeared on the screen. At this time, the hall was crowded with powerful figures of the demon clan, all watching the battle nervously. The old tortoise, who was sitting on the throne, clenched his fists nervously. Even the great ancestor of the demon clan, the old tortoise's uncle, who had not appeared for a long time, appeared out of nowhere and appeared in the main hall of the ancestral palace. The ancient, ominous Xian Huang is still as glorious as ever. The old tortoise's uncle stared at Xian Huang on the screen, his eyes shining. He had lived for countless years and had once seen this ominous Xian Huang. "Uncle, do you know Xian Huang?" The old tortoise was very surprised. He had no contact with Xian Huang's era because long before Xian Huang appeared, he had been plotted against by his enemies and sealed in the virtual sky world. The Grand Emperor's era was much older than Xian Huang's. "I know him. How could I not know him? We even drank together and fought together," his uncle said. "Really? You weren't killed by Xian Huang?" The old tortoise stared at his uncle in shock. Sometimes even he couldn't see through his uncle, but he was sure that his uncle was absolutely powerful to an unimaginable extent. "Boy, what are you talking about? Do you want me to be killed by that guy?" His uncle jumped up and hit the old tortoise's head. "Ouch, my God, it hurts." The old tortoise touched the place where he was hit, and the pain made his tears fall. The peerless great demons in the hall were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In the entire demon clan, who dared to hit the old tortoise's head? He was the demon lord of the demon clan. However, even though he was the demon lord of the heaven realm and had a supreme status, in front of his uncle, the old tortoise was still a snot-nosed child who followed behind him and pestered him for spiritual fruits to eat. At this time, in various places in the heaven realm, and even in the ancestral lands of those super forces in the human realm, experts gathered to watch the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang. Although they couldn't be there in person, they still felt endless pressure even through the screen of light. The human realm, the ancestral lands of the Jiang clan. I didn't expect Gu Fei to be so powerful. The goddess of the Jiang clan stared at the screen of light in front of her and said indifferently, "Cousin, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to surpass Gu Fei in this lifetime." A peerless young woman in lavender clothes said with a smile, "Humph, who said that? Didn't Gu Fei just rely on a secret technique to push his cultivation to the extreme path secret realm?" The goddess of the Jiang clan still looked calm. Is that really the case?" The woman in lavender clothes smiled. "All right, watch the battle quietly. Maybe you can learn something from it." An ancestor of the Jiang clan said. The goddess of the Zhao clan and her cousin immediately stopped talking. A battle of this level was not so easy to encounter. Even if the scene of the battle was projected on the screen of light with a supreme divine technique, if one could gain enlightenment from it and gain an instant epiphany, it would be a great opportunity and a great fortune. In the various primordial realms of the human world, there were peerless powerhouses watching the battle. In the eastern region, in the Dongfang clan's ancestral grounds, the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang had even alarmed the Eastern Tyrant Emperor, who had been in seclusion for a long time. The Eastern Tyrant Emperor had already obtained the ultimate emperor's inheritance, and his cultivation was terrifying to the extreme. During this seclusion, her cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage, quasi-supreme stage, and she had even refined the Grand Orient sword into her natal sword artifact. An ordinary person naturally wouldn't be able to refine the Grand Orient sword, but the Grand Orient sword had originally been refined by the Eastern Tyrant Emperor's ancestor. The Eastern Tyrant Emperor's bloodline was the key. She really wanted to spar with Gu Fei, but now that she saw how brave Gu Fei was and how he didn't fear heavenly punishment and fought against the ancient ominous being, Xian Huang, she felt a sense of helplessness. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei were even more anxious, afraid that Gu Fei would come to settle the score with them. Sigh. Unreliable, unreliable. In the myriad Buddha palace, the little monk Fan Xiu was frowning. If Gu Fei couldn't deal with Xian Huang, then he wouldn't have a good time. It was definitely not a good thing to be targeted by an existence in the extreme secret realm. Why didn't he release the astral beast? The little monk Fan Xiao really didn't understand. If he had released the astral beast right from the start, wouldn't things have been much easier? Who cares, as long as he can get rid of Xian Huang? The little monk Fan Xiao muttered, "The natives here are too terrifying." The peerless powerhouses from the ancestral realm had been frightened by this battle. Some of the factions that had enmity with Gu Fei had long since seen that the situation wasn't good, and had all fled. Those who stayed were all existences that had nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, in the sky above the western desert, the battle between the peerless powerhouses had caused the entire sky to darken. From the depths of the firmament, destructive lightning would occasionally strike down. The mountains shook. The two powerhouses, bathed in the power of heavenly punishment, moved quickly through the void. Bang! Gu Fei's foot viciously struck Xuan Huang's left shoulder, and he was directly sent flying. However, when he was hit, his foot landed on Gu Fei's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Xian Huang was miserably abused. Gu Fei's sternum was an eternal true bone and contained a powerful eternal power. When Xuan Huang's foot landed on Gu Fei's sternum, it didn't injure Gu Fei. Instead, Gu Fei broke his right leg. Roar! Chapter 4404. Heavenly Realm, Western Desert. Gu Fei battled the ancient, ominous Xian Huang. Someone used a supreme divine ability to broadcast the battle to the entire heavenly realm. Only the heavenly mystery Immortal Palace could do this. It was a very mysterious and transcendent force. The heavenly mystery Immortal Palace was once incomparably powerful, producing an extreme grade sovereign who could calculate the secrets of heaven. Inside the heavenly mystery Immortal Palace, there was a supreme Tao tool called the Heavenly Mystery Mirror. It could reflect the entire heavenly realm and transmit images of the mirror to those who possessed the heavenly mystery divine talisman. The heavenly mystery mirror was like a mirror that could monitor the entire heavenly realm. Of course, the heavenly mystery Immortal Palace's heavenly mystery mirror was only an extreme grade Tao tool. It was not omnipotent. Those who possessed an extreme grade Tao tool could conceal the secrets of heaven. Haha, this Gu Fei is our heavenly mystery Immortal Palace's lucky star. We've just been born, and we've already earned a large sum of immortal crystals and divine stones. Inside the heavenly mystery Immortal Palace, an old man laughed. Those who wanted to watch the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang had to pay a fee. The heavenly mystery Immortal Palace took this opportunity to earn a fortune. It had to be said that the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang was too attractive. Countless experts were buying the heavenly mystery divine talisman. Even the big shots from the primogenitor realm did not hesitate to buy the heavenly mystery divine talisman. One had to know that the pressure that erupted from Gu Fei and Xian Huang was too strong. Even quasi-supremes could not watch the battle at the scene. Only those true extreme grade sovereigns who had sealed their own cultivation dared to watch from afar. Even so, these people were still afraid of being affected by the battle. If they were affected by the battle, it would not be a joke. Even extreme grade sovereigns would fall. This Gu Fei is really abnormal. The big shots from the primogenitor realm were all shocked by the battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed. Was this Gu Fei returning to his peak state? Most of the people from the primogenitor realm were Gu Fei's enemies. Back then, Gu Fei had fought everywhere in the primogenitor realm and offended many people. In the ancestral realm, some important figures wanted to tear Gu Fei apart. The people from the primogenitor realm had already reported the situation of the heaven realm back to the primogenitor realm. As expected, the sealing power of that world hasn't reached the level of a supremacy. It can't even suppress the power of an extreme mystic realm. Even the heavens are helping me. Laughter came from the Li family's ancestral land in the primogenitor realm. At the same time, in the primogenitor realm's heavenly clan's newly opened ancestral land, the heavenly clan's clan master also received the news. Yes, this time Gu Fei is dead for sure. I'm going there personally. The Celestial Clan's patriarch was a newly ascended High Lord. It was precisely because a new Supreme Lord-level existence had appeared in the Sky Clan that they had the capital and confidence to compete with the other super forces. However, there were people who saw the High Lord of the Tian Clan leave the Tian Clan's newly opened ancestral land. There was news that the Celestial Clan's patriarch was going to the lower realms to kill Gu Fei. The news that Gu Fei had appeared in a superior world in the lower realms had already spread throughout the primogenitor realm. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei naturally wanted to see Gu Fei die in the lower realms. This guy was a demon king. He had once slaughtered people in the primogenitor realm. Even the first demon ancestor, an invincible great demon in the eternal realm, was forced to use his life to open reincarnation and perish together with him. However, the first demon ancestor was dead, but this Gu Fei was still alive and kicking in the lower realms. Moreover, not long ago, this ancient demon king defeated the primogenitor demon clan. One of the primogenitor demons in the primogenitor demon clan died. I have to kill this guy before he recovers his cultivation. An important figure in the primogenitor realm who had enmity with Gu Fei said, I heard that this guy can already compete with an extreme mystic realm existence. Some people were very worried. What are you afraid of? Didn't the primogenitor demons say that Gu Fei is so powerful because of the power of the eternal Tao artifact? Some people disagreed. Gu Fei was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. It was not surprising that he had an eternal Tao artifact to protect him. However, it was not easy to use an eternal Tao artifact. Some people secretly investigated. When Gu Fei fought against the primogenitor demons, he used an eternal Tao artifact. However, after that battle, Gu Fei's cultivation directly fell from the peak of the quasi-supreme realm to the mid-level of the quasi-supreme realm. In other words, although Gu Fei had an eternal Tao artifact to protect him, if he wanted to use it to kill his enemies, he would also have to consume his own cultivation. This time, Gu Fei fought against Xian Huang. Although he had displayed the cultivation of the extreme mystic realm, some people guessed that he had used an eternal Tao artifact to have such battle strength. After this battle, this guy's cultivation would inevitably fall again. At that time, killing him would be even easier. Someone invited the Ancestral Realms assassination organization, the Night God Hall. This Night God Hall was the #1 assassination organization in the Ancestral Realm. It was mysterious and terrifying to the extreme because the Night God Hall had once assassinated an extreme Tao Supreme and succeeded. Assassinating an extreme Tao Supreme, this kind of achievement was enough for the Night God Hall to stand in the position of the #1 assassination organization in the Ancestral Realm. Someone put in a lot of effort and did not hesitate to invite the #1 assassin of the Night God Hall to assassinate Gu Fei. No one knew any information about the #1 assassin of the Night God Hall. But the #1 assassin of the Night God Hall was an existence that could assassinate an extreme Tao Supreme. At this time, Gu Fei was fighting with the great omen Xian Huang. He did not know that so many people from the ancestral realm wanted to come to the heaven realm to kill him. Boom! Bam! In a peerless collision, Gu Fei's hands were overflowing with yin-yang divine light. The power of the yin-yang fist was displayed to the extreme. With a punch, he directly smashed the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. The great omen Xian Huang was sent flying, coughing up blood. Xian Huang was shocked and angry. This guy is too strong. How is this possible? Xian Huang also went to watch the battle between Gu Fei and the ancestral demons. This Gu Fei only defeated the ancestral demons with the power of the formation. This Gu Fei's true strength was only at the quasi-supreme level. After leaving the demon race's ancestral land, he was nothing. However, Xian Huang found that he was really wrong. This Gu Fei still had such combat power after leaving the demon race's ancestral land. How did he do it? It was impossible for a person's cultivation to suddenly soar from the quasi-supremacy stage to the extreme path secret stage. Was this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Haha, the great omen Xian Huang is only SOSO. Gu Fei laughed heartily as he charged towards Xian Huang. Roar! Xian Huang roared, and the Xian Huang qi in his body surged. There were bursts of explosions coming from his body. His muscles and bones sounded at the same time, and the injured places were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little guy, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Xian Huang's face was ferocious. He waved his right hand, and the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda immediately flew back to him and fell into his hand. Every level of the 9-story divine pagoda was shining, and the inside seemed to be opening up the world. A terrifying aura came from the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. Not simple. Intuition told Gu Fei that this 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was probably not as simple as a supreme, Lord-level Tao artifact. Boom! At this moment, the 9 heavens black and yellow pagoda shook. An ancestral dragon rushed out from each level of the pagoda at the same time. The 9 ancestral dragons roared at the sky, causing the entire world to shake. Spatial cracks appeared in the void. The 9 ancestral dragons that rushed out of the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda directly rushed towards Gu Fei. These were not real ancestral dragons, but they were definitely more powerful and terrifying than the real ancestral dragons. Boom! Gu Fei punched out and directly smashed an ancestral dragon. Then he punched out again and smashed another ancestral dragon. Just like that, he smashed an ancestral dragon with one punch and directly rushed to Xian Huang. What? Xian Huang was shocked. Bam! Without any suspense, Xian Huang was directly sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, and even the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda in his hand was snatched away by Gu Fei. Haha, good fight. I will let you be arrogant in the Western Desert. If you want to destroy my Buddhist orthodoxy, you have to ask Gu Fei first. In the Million Buddha Palace, the little monk Fan Xiao looked at the live broadcast of the battle reflected by the divine talisman and laughed. He was happy to see Xian Huang being defeated. Good stuff. Gu Fei looked at the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda in his hand and couldn't bear to put it down. This black-yellow pagoda was completely refined with mysterious golden iron and had a total of 9 levels. Each level was like a world of its own. In this aspect, it was similar to the Heavenly Demon Tower. However, the Heavenly Demon Tower was a demonic artifact after all, and the cultivation process was too bloody. It was unknown how many creatures and experts were sacrificed to the Heavenly Demon Tower by the ancestor demons. The primogenitor fiends of the primogenitor demon clan even refined the captured extreme Tao Supremes into the Heavenly Demon Tower. Although the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was powerful, it was temporarily not comparable to the Heavenly Demon Tower. However, this 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was a Tao artifact that could evolve and transform. Roar! Return it to me! Xian Huang flew into a rage and directly charged at Gu Fei. Return it to you? I will return it to you with a punch. Gu Fei directly used the primal chaos fist and punched Xian Huang in the face, sending him flying. His face was dripping with blood, his teeth flew out, and his nose was broken. He looked extremely miserable. In a battle of the same level, Gu Fei was invincible. Even if his opponent was Xian Huang, he would still be defeated. Because what Gu Fei lacked was power, not realm. As long as he had enough power, he could even restore his eternal realm cultivation. Gu Fei put away the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda and then directly rushed forward. His fists fell on Xian Huang like raindrops, directly beating him up. Everyone who was watching the live broadcast was shocked. This guy was too fierce. Xian Huang, the great omen of the ages, was beaten into a pig's head by him? Haha, cool, that should be it. 20 drops of immortal divine liquid is worth it. Inside the myriad Buddha palace, Fan Xiao laughed. Quickly think of a way to save the boss. At this time, a giant city with soaring murderous aura appeared in the distance. There were a total of 5 cities, each of which exuded a monstrous pressure that caused the void to collapse. Chapter 4405. Gu Fei was invincible in the same realm. This was not a joke. He was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. Even if he was forced into reincarnation by the first demon and his cultivation was almost cut off, he still had the eternal real bone in his body. However, he still had the eternal true bone in his body that hadn't been completely destroyed, so he had already recovered to the peak quasi-supremacy level. However, Gu Fei used his trump card in the battle with the Primogenita demons to revive the Nine Heavens Stars sword. His vitality was greatly damaged, and his cultivation fell from the peak of the quasi-supreme realm to the mid-level quasi-supreme realm. Even so, his combat experience and comprehension of the various realms of cultivation were still there. He was just not strong enough. This time, he used the power of the Nine Heavens Stars sword again. He didn't borrow the supreme power of the eternal stratum, but simply became one with the sword. His cultivation base and battle prowess had already soared to the extreme path arcane realm. However, he could not maintain this state for a long time. Once the time limit was exceeded, his vitality would be damaged. Gu Fei did not want his vitality to be damaged again. It should be known that if he did it again, his cultivation would fall from the quasi-supreme realm. What eternal omen! I'll let you be fierce. I'll let you be fierce. Gu Fei kicked Xianhuang and sent him flying. He kept coughing up blood. God knew how many bones in his body were broken, and his broken internal organs were spurting out. Bang! Before Xianhuang could even scream, Gu Fei punched out again. Half of Xianhuang's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Even the inner armor he wore, which was made from godly golden metal, couldn't block the attack, because at this time, Gu Fei had used the power of the eternal real bone. This power surpassed the extreme path. Even a trace of it could kill an extreme path existence. Gu Fei's fist was more terrifying than any extreme path Dao weapon. As long as his fist hit, anyone below the eternal realm would not be able to withstand it. In the heaven realm, it was impossible to have an eternal realm expert or even a half step into the eternal realm. How is this possible? Mysterious Yellow, an ancient ominous being, panicked at this time. He had never thought that Gu Fei would be this terrifying. Even the mysterious yellow inner armor he was wearing had been shattered. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with Xianhuang, who was flying out, and stomped down. Bam! Xianhuang directly exploded from the waist, and Gu Fei stepped on it, breaking it into two. Xianhuang blood splattered everywhere, and each drop of Xianhuang blood pierced through the void between heaven and earth. What a waste! It's such a waste. Those alchemists watching the battle through the heavenly secret mirror were all beating their chests and stamping their feet. That was the legendary mysterious yellow blood. The value of each drop was inestimable and could be used to refine supreme medicines. Who can contact Gu Fei? I want to exchange the mysterious yellow blood with him. In a certain holy land in the heaven realm, in front of an alchemy furnace, an old man with messy hair roared. Mysterious Yellow, an ancient ominous being, from head to toe, was a treasure. Since ancient times he was an existence that cultivated the mysterious yellow great way to the extreme. His blood essence could create a mysterious yellow holy body. The mysterious yellow holy body was innately close to the mysterious yellow chi of heaven and earth. With this kind of physique, the cultivation of the existence would naturally advance by leaps and bounds, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. It was also easy to cultivate the mysterious yellow great way and withstand the mysterious yellow chi to temper the body. Now, not only the heaven realm, but also the human realm and the ancestral realm, there were people who wanted to obtain the mysterious yellow blood. Brat, why don't you collect the mysterious yellow blood? In the demon clan's ancestral land, the old tortoise watched the live broadcast from the heavenly secret mirror, but he was anxious. At this time, in the area where Gu Fei and Xianhuang fought, the void exploded and the heavenly Tao was suppressed. Even an existence like the old tortoise could not transmit a message to Gu Fei. The heavenly secret mirror of the mysterious divine palace could only reflect the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang and broadcast it live. It could not transmit a message to Gu Fei unless Gu Fei also had a heavenly secret divine talisman. However, Gu Fei did not have a heavenly secret divine talisman, because the heavenly secret divine talisman was a hidden force that had recently appeared. They wanted to show the heavenly secret mirror to the world, to borrow the heaven realm to build a network that could allow people to directly contact each other. With the help of this network, even if they were far away, they could contact each other in an instant. This was much faster than sending messages from thousands of miles away or flying swords. The people of the heavenly secret divine palace wanted to use this battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang to increase their fame. This heavenly secret divine palace wanted to use this network and system to earn a lot of immortal crystals and divine stones. At this time, all the forces in the heaven realm were buying the heavenly secret divine talisman, which made the people of the heavenly secret divine palace ecstatic. A large number of immortal crystals and divine stones flowed into the pockets of the heavenly secret divine palace. The actions of the heavenly secret divine palace caused a sensation in the human realm and even in the ancestral realm. Of course, Gu Fei, who was in the middle of fixing the great omen, Xian Huang, was completely unaware of what was happening. The heavenly secret mirror was very powerful. It could conceal the heavenly secret. Even Gu Fei could not sense it. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei once again sent Xian Huang flying. This time, Xian Huang's body was almost torn apart. Roar! Xian Huang roared. The Xian Huang's profound essence qi was vast and mighty. His muscles, bones, and flesh were growing rapidly. The terrifying cracks on his body were disappearing, repaired by the life force that erupted from his body. Don't waste your energy, no matter how much you struggle. You can't change anything. Gu Fei said proudly, his big hand pressed down, directly slapping Xian Huang down from the sky, directly smashing him into the ground. The ground sank and smoke and dust billowed. A bottomless hole appeared on the ground. Rumble! The earth trembled, and a figure rushed out of the big hole. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and he was extremely embarrassed. He had never been so embarrassed before. Even when he fought against the ancient Buddha Lord, although he lost, he was still proud. But today he was completely defeated. Swoosh! As soon as Xian Huang's head appeared, a divine light flashed in an instant. The next moment, blood suddenly appeared, and a blood mark appeared from the middle of Xian Huang's eyebrows. Then his whole body was divided into two halves. Everyone who saw this scene through the heavenly secret mirror had their mouths wide open, dumbfounded. The ancient, ominous Xian Huang was killed just like that. This was the ancient, ominous Xian Huang who was famous throughout the ages, and he was once invincible. Until the ancient Buddha Lord took action, he was defeated. Moreover, although the ancient Buddha Lord defeated Xian Huang, he could not kill him and could only suppress him. But now Xian Huang was defeated, and it was very likely that he would be killed. Good. Very good. In the 1,000 Buddha Palace, little monk Fan Xiu laughed. Even he had to admit that Gu Fei was too amazing. He could actually defeat Xian Huang. Little monk Fan Xiu was very happy to be able to get rid of Xian Huang, even if he had to pay 20 drops of immortal divine liquid, the 3 golden Buddha fruits, and the secret manual that could refine the 9 heavens pure gold. These were all worth it. Swoosh! Another divine light flashed, and then Xian Huang's figure disappeared in the void. At this moment, the image transmitted by the heavenly secret mirror suddenly disappeared. Damn it, is that Xian Huang alive or dead? How can he be like this? Dropping the ball at such a critical moment. Refund my money. The mysterious heavenly mansion is really bold. At this time, the mysterious heavenly mansion was also in a mess. What's going on? What's the problem? The palace lord of the mysterious heavenly mansion was sweating profusely. At the same time, the entire heaven realm shook, and rays of divine light descended from the sky. Waves of terrifying aura spread out, covering the entire heaven realm. For a moment, all the experts in the heaven realm felt endless pressure. It was as if the sky was about to explode. What? So many supremacies have descended. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. One should know that in the current heaven realm, existences at the supremacies level were simply invincible in this world. 1, 2, 3. There are actually 7 after Gu Fei kept Xianhuang. His face was cold, and the corners of his mouth rose. At this moment, at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain in the southern region of the heaven realm, an old man walked out of a stone house. The old man's body shook, and the entire world seemed to be overturned. In the southern region of the heaven realm, the weather changed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Lightning suddenly appeared in the dark sky, tearing the void. The old man's body exploded with a shocking aura and directly confronted the experts that descended from the sky. Soon, in the western region of the heaven realm, there was also an earth-shattering aura of a supremacy. Someone saw a Taoist walking out of an inconspicuous, small Taoist temple. Deep in the starry sky of the heaven realm, a wild beast rushed out. That wild beast was much bigger than the stars in the sky, and when it stepped on the stars, the starry sky shook. Roar! The wild beast roared, and countless stars in the surroundings directly exploded. It was a terrifying scene. More Supreme Lord level existences appeared, and in some of the forbidden lands of the heaven realm, there were also powerful auras seeping out. This world is indeed extraordinary. The expert that descended from the sky said indifferently. He did not put the natives of this world in his eyes. He was still high and mighty, looking down on this world. Compared to us, these guys are far inferior. A supremacy shrouded in black aura sneered. All right, find Gu Fei and then kill him. Let's go back. A black-robed woman said impatiently. She was a high and mighty supremacy, but she actually came down to the lower realm to kill that so-called Gu Fei. Was this Gu Fei really that heaven-defying? Some supremacies did not think much of it. Let me see where he is. At this time, a purple-robed middle-aged man's eyes emitted bursts of golden light. He swept his gaze in all directions, and his gaze penetrated the void. The middle-aged man was very surprised. Even the golden essence fire eyes that he had cultivated could not see where Gu Fei was. This guy escaped? The 7 great supremacies were shocked. A monk can escape, but he can't escape the temple. If he doesn't come out, I will kill those scoundrel friends of his. A white-robed, middle-aged man said fiercely. At this time, in the mysterious, heavenly divine palace. Palace Master, we finally know why the video was interrupted. It was caused by the 7 experts that descended from the sky. The aura of those 7 experts was too strong, and it disrupted the live broadcast. Chapter 4406. The arrival of the 7 supremacies in the heavenly realm set off a storm that stunned all the major forces in the heavenly realm. They were supremacies that could even ignore the power of heavenly punishment. Such existences could shatter the world with a wave of their hands. If they wanted to destroy the heavenly realm, it would be as easy as flipping their palms, because supremacies were the strongest existences in the extreme grade. Before this, they had no path forward. It was almost impossible to take another step forward. One had to know that the eternal realm was a legend even to supremacies. Of course, there were still a few eternal realm supreme existences in the primogenitor realm. However, in the past billions of years, no one in the primogenitor realm could achieve eternal realm because Gu Fei was not from the primogenitor realm. For countless years, the end of the extreme grade was the supremacy. It was the same even in the primogenitor realm. It was too difficult to become an eternal sovereign. The primogenitor realm did not lack supremacies. Every few tens of thousands of years, someone could become a supremacy. Because it was the origin of the myriad worlds, it was different from the rest. Even in the same era, it was possible to become a supremacy at the same time in the other perfect worlds. Only one supremacy could be born in each era. It was impossible for two supremacies to be born at the same time. Because the other perfect worlds had limited endurance, the primogenitor realm did not have this weakness. With the arrival of the 7 supremacies, the entire heavenly realm was shaken. Even the dangerous lands that had existed since ancient times were not quiet at this time. Rumble! The world seemed to be on the brink of destruction. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. What's going on? Is the world going to be destroyed? Terrifying! How is this possible? The entire heavenly realm was in chaos. The stronger the existence, the more frightened they were. Even the quasi-supremacies were terrified to the extreme. Under the pressure of the supremacies, their souls were trembling. These guys, in the demon ancestral land, the old tortoise and the other great demons were alarmed. What should we do? The old tortoise was also frightened. Even though he was the Tai Huang's son, he was also stunned. Those were 7 supremacies. When had so many supremacies appeared at the same time in the heavenly realm? However, he was even more shocked when he sensed a supremacy's aura erupting from the heaven realm. It turned out that there were existences of this level hiding in the heaven realm. With the arrival of the 7 High Lords, those unparalleled experts who had been hiding for who knows how many years had no choice but to jump out. Go! Let's go destroy Gu Fei's gang of scoundrels first, said a supremacy shrouded in boundless divine fire. His figure was blurry, but within the fiery light emitted from his body, there were countless Tao patterns faintly appearing and intertwining. The void around him was incinerated by the divine fire. Grand Monarch Li Fire, I heard that one of your juniors died at Gu Fei's hands. It seems that you can't wait to get revenge on Gu Fei. A mysterious High Lord, who was hidden in the black fog and exuding an endless cold aura, said, Humph! Old Ghostine, which of the fellow Taoists here doesn't have a grudge against Gu Fei? Otherwise, how could the Celestial Clan and the Li Clan invite us here? Grand Monarch, Li Hu sneered. Not bad. The other High Lords nodded. The primogenitor's realm was too vast. No one knew how many High Lords were hiding there. The Celestial Clan and the Li Clan couldn't invite the 7 High Lords. It's a pity that the patriarch of the Yi clan isn't willing to help. Someone sighed. The others stopped talking. That kind of existence was no longer something they could talk about. All right, let's go destroy the demon clan first. Grand Monarch Dark Nether said before disappearing into the void. All right. The other High Lords also disappeared into the void. Soon, the 7 figures that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth and tear the void appeared outside the demon clan's ancestral land. What? The old turtle's face turned green when he sensed the arrival of those fellows. The auras of the 7 High Lords had penetrated the demon clan's grand formation and entered the demon clan's ancestral land. Although the grand formation of the demon clan had greatly weakened the auras of the 7 High Lords, the auras of the 7 High Lords still terrified them. Some of the weaker great demons were already trembling with fear. They couldn't even muster the will to resist. The 7 huge figures stood outside the demon clan's ancestral land, their heads reaching the sky and their feet standing on the ground. They were many times larger than mountains, and each of them seemed to have a world around them. Even ordinary extreme-grade supremacies would feel their hearts palpitating. It's meaningless to kill such weak worms with a single palm strike. Dark Nether, it's better if you do it. Grand Monarch Li Hua shook his head. With a thought, he sensed the cultivation bases of all the great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land. The strongest great demons were quasi-supremes. For High Lords, ordinary supremes were like ants, let alone quasi-supremes who hadn't become true supremes. Humph, we can kill these ants with a single blow. It's beneath our dignity to attack them. My target is Gu Fei. Grand Monarch Dark Nether said coldly. Why do we need to do it? ourselves to kill these worms." A High Lord said disdainfully, "That's true." Another High Lord nodded. One of the High Lords waved his right hand. A divine light flashed, and two figures immediately appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Patriarch." The two of them quickly kowtowed to that supremacy. The aura on their bodies was very shocking. They were actually existences at the peak of the quasi-supremacy stage. They were only half a step away from becoming a true extreme supremacy stage. The 7 High Lords didn't take the great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land seriously at all. In the demon clan's ancestral land, the old tortoise and the other great demons were shocked and angry. These guys actually compared them to ants and worms. How hateful! "Go, kill all those ants inside." The High Lord waved his hand again. The next moment, a big hole appeared in the protective formation of the demon clan's ancestral land. This, the old tortoise and the others were shocked. This is the power of a High Lord? They can break an extreme, supreme level formation with a casual strike? The other great demons were all pale with fear when they saw this scene. "Yes, Patriarch." The two hurriedly accepted the order and stood up. They turned around and walked toward the demon clan's ancestral land. The powerful pressure of peak quasi-supremes immediately erupted from their bodies. They were two white-robed young men. They looked very young, but they were old monsters who had cultivated for countless years. Without any scruples, the two quasi-supremes directly entered the demon clan's ancestral land through the big hole that their patriarch had opened. "Great, venerable celestial god, are you using this place to train your two successors?" "Great monarch, dark," Nether said with a faint smile. He had already noticed that the cultivation bases of the two juniors of the deity clan had reached a mysterious state where they were on the verge of breaking through. Once they broke through, they would become extreme supremes. Great, venerable, celestial god wanted the two juniors to break through during the life and death battle and step into the extreme supreme level in one fell swoop. He, the figure emitting dazzling divine light, smiled and didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a mysterious aura instantly enveloped the entire demon clan's ancestral land. Then, the 7 Supremes were shocked to find that they couldn't sense anything in the demon clan's ancestral land. What's going on? The 7 Supremes were shocked. At this moment, 3 huge figures appeared on the horizon. The 3 figures stood on the horizon and quietly watched the 7 Supremes. It's them. The 7 Supremes were shocked. The 3 figures were very strong and not weaker than them. Are they the natives of this world? The 7 Supremes were somewhat disdainful. They were the Supremes of the ancestral realm and were peerlessly powerful. How could these native Supremes compare to them? The cultivators from the ancestral realm were stronger than the cultivators from other worlds. This wasn't without reason. It was because the ancestral realm's heaven and earth law was the strongest. An ordinary supreme-level cultivator from the ancestral realm could fight a peak supreme-level cultivator in the heaven realm. This was the advantage of the ancestral realm. The heaven and earth law was the strongest, and the power cultivated was also the strongest among those at the same level. However, this wasn't absolute. Gu Fei was an exception. Even the weakest creature had the chance to become an overlord of the world and shock a generation. There were also monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying talent who died before they could reach the Tao. I alone can destroy the 3 of them. Great, sovereign dark, Nether sneered. He looked down on the 3 Supremes from the heaven realm. Then you can try and destroy them. On the horizon, an ordinary-looking old man in plain clothes said indifferently. His eyes were turbid and he looked old, but when he stood there, he seemed to support the entire world. At this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. A bronze cauldron descended from the sky and directly enveloped the entire demon clan's ancestral land. What? The 7 Supremes were shocked. That person's Tao tool? The 7 Supremes stared at the cauldron with uncertain expressions. These fellows want to play big, so we'll play big with them. In the demon clan's ancestral land, Gu Fei walked out. At this moment, in front of the demon clan's ancestral palace, two people were pointing at a group of great demons, telling them to roll over and accept their deaths. You're that ox-headed demon. Come over and let me chop you down. A deity race quasi-supreme pointed at an ox-headed demon and said, TSK, who do you think you are? How dare you come here and be impudent? Hurry up and come over. Let your grandpa trample you to death. The ox-headed demon was extremely displeased. Senior brother, why are you talking nonsense with these ants? Let's just kill all these fellows and go back. Another quasi-supreme from the deity race said somewhat impatiently, Buffed, pretending to be 13? You think those from the ancestral realm are powerful. Come. This old ox will teach you how to be a human. The ox-headed demon said as he strode forward. This ox-headed demon was also a quasi-supreme, and his cultivation was very powerful. These natives are heaven-defying? The two deity race quasi-supreme were infuriated. These ants from the lower realms actually dared to be so impudent in front of them. They truly deserve to die. Damned native, I'll send you on your way. The tall quasi-supreme from the deity race strode forward. Chapter 4407. The deity clan of the primogenitor realm was extremely powerful. This time, one of the 7 supremacies who descended to the heaven realm was from the deity clan. This great god, Qi Shao, was called Grand Sovereign Qi Shao. The 7 supremacies surrounded the demon clan's ancestral land in the heaven realm, trapping Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and the others inside. This time they had to kill Gu Fei. Everyone knew that Gu Fei was a super genius who had cultivated the eternal great Tao and was invincible in the primogenitor realm. He had killed many people there. If he was allowed to grow and return to the primogenitor's realm, many more people would die. In fact, the major clans in the primogenitor realm, whether they had enmity with Gu Fei or not, did not want this peerless, fierce person to return to the primogenitor realm. However, the major forces in the primogenitor realm were also very clear that if they did not kill Gu Fei, there would be endless troubles in the future. Gu Fei was a peerless, fierce person. God knew how many supreme supremacies had died in his hands. If they could not kill Gu Fei this time, the big shots in the primogenitor realm would not be able to sleep. Qi Shao, the deity clan supremacy, had just sent 2 descendants of quasi-supremacies into the demon clan's ancestral land when the mountain and river cauldron suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped the entire demon clan's ancestral land. What? This? The 7 supremacies were shocked. They did not expect Gu Fei and the others, whom they regarded as ants, to have such a move. Haha, isn't it just a supreme Tao artifact? You want to live with a supreme Tao artifact? What a joke. Grand Sovereign Li Hu said, disdainfully. Humph. Grand Sovereign Netherfire directly punched at the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! With a muffled sound, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The Tao patterns on the mountain and river cauldron rippled like water and dissolved Grand Sovereign Netherfire's attack. Grand Sovereign Netherfire and the other supremacies were a little surprised. This supreme Tao artifact seemed a little unusual. Netherfire, did you not eat? You can't even break a supreme Tao artifact? A supremacy surrounded by a vast and mighty purple aura mocked. Ziyuan, what's the meaning of this? If you can do it, then do it yourself. Grand Monarch Netherfire was displeased. However, this Grand Monarch Purple Origin had a grudge against him. Humph. Fine, I'll do it. As he spoke, he strode forward and stretched out his right hand to grab the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble! He wanted to mention the huge cauldron that covered the entire demon race's ancestral land. Rise! Great Venerable Yuan shouted as he grabbed the mountain and river cauldron with his big hand. However, the mountain and river cauldron did not move at all. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the entire body of the cauldron. The void around the mountain and river cauldron continued to collapse, and primordial energy rushed out. How? Great Venerable Yuan couldn't help but be moved. He couldn't even lift a supreme Tao artifact? Haha, Ziyuan, you still have the nerve to laugh at me? You're even inferior to me. Grand Monarch, Netherfire laughed heartily. It was an incomparable pleasure for him to see Grand Monarch Purple Yuan suffer a setback. You, Great Venerable Yuan, was shocked and angry. He desperately urged his divine power, but still couldn't shake the mountain and river cauldron. This mountain and river cauldron was extremely mysterious. No one knew who refined it, but it had existed for countless years. Legends about it were widespread in every era. However, no one knew whether these legends were true or not. However, many people thought that these legends were groundless. Now, however, the mountain and river cauldron had displayed unimaginable power, directly suppressing this area. Oh no! Great Venerable Qi Zhao's expression suddenly changed. At this time, the two demigods in the demon race's ancestral land were still arrogantly pointing out the great demons in the demon race's ancestral land. They didn't care about the great demons in the demon race's ancestral land at all. Ox-headed demon, get over here and die! The demigod Qi Lin pointed at the great demon of the ox demon race and said, "What did you say?" The great demon of the ox demon race was immediately enraged. These two guys were simply asking for a beating. Hey, your pair of horns is not bad. I want them. The other quasi-supreme of the deity race, Scarlet Tiger, said, "You two brats who are still wet behind the ears actually dare to be presumptuous in front of your grandpa ox. This is like lighting a lamp in the toilet. You're courting death." The great demon of the ox demon race said through gritted teeth. He stared at the two demigod Qi Lin, his nostrils constantly spewing hot air. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with this guy? Just kill him. The old ancestor is still waiting for us outside to report back." Qi Hu said impatiently, "Yes, let us eliminate these so-called great demons of the demon race." After saying that, Qi Lin opened his mouth and spat out a beam of sword light, which shot towards the great Yao from the ox demon clan. Formidable sword energy rippled outwards, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly as a result. These demigods from the ancestral realm simply didn't care about the great demons of the demon race's ancestral land. Gu Fei and the old tortoise watched from the side and didn't make a move. Boom! The great demon of the ox demon race directly smashed his fist forward. Haha, is this guy stupid? He actually used his fist as my flying sword. Is he trying to commit suicide? Qi Lin laughed. Clang! At this moment, the great demon of the ox demon race's fist instantly smashed into the flying sword. Then, Qi Lin's smile immediately froze. The great demon of the ox demon race actually smashed away Qi Lin's flying sword with a single punch. Even the other quasi-supreme of the deity race, Scarlet Tiger, was greatly shocked when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Qi, who was dumbfounded. Qi Lin was his senior brother, and also his elder brother. No one knew better than him how powerful his elder brother's flying sword was. This was a Tao weapon of the quasi-supreme level, and it was a top-notch one at that. Ordinary quasi-supreme level Tao weapons couldn't even block a single strike from this flying sword. Could it be that the ox demon's fist was even stronger than a quasi-supreme level Tao weapon? How could such a powerful existence exist in this lowly world? His physical body was comparable to a quasi-supreme level Tao weapon. Gu Fei and the old tortoise saw this scene, but didn't say anything. Haha, these are the experts from the primogenitor realm? They seem to be a bit stronger than ants, but there's nothing amazing about them. A white tortoise stood on its hind legs and glanced at the two fellows in front of it. Hee, they dare to behave atrociously in our demon race's sacred land with just this bit of ability? How foolish! A golden-haired, middle-aged demon with a pair of wings on his back mocked. This is food delivered to our doorstep. We haven't eaten a heavenly god from the primogenitor realm yet. A black golden tiger demon grinned. He stared at the two demigods of the deity race, his saliva dripping to the ground. These fellows! The two demigods from the primogenitor realm were both shocked and angry. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. The demon race of this world didn't seem simple. But so what? The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. The primogenitor realm's life forms were innately superior to the other life forms in this world. This was talent. It was undeniable that this kind of talent was something that the other life forms didn't have. The primogenitor realm's life forms were qualified and had the confidence to mock the other life forms. But this wasn't absolute. A grain of sand could become a world. A stalk of grass could become a god. The life forms of the lower worlds might not necessarily be inferior to the primogenitor realm's life forms. Kill! Qi Lin roared. His sword flashed like lightning as he once again attacked the demonic ox demon. Kill your head! The demonic ox demon, Niu Hui, punched again. Roar! Boundless fist energy condensed into a primordial bull that charged forward. The violent energy shook the heaven and earth, shattering the void. The flying sword that was about to kill Qi Lin shattered in the void. Ha! You can't even withstand a single blow. Niu Hui sneered. Eat another punch. Another primordial bull charged forward, destroying everything in its path. It was unstoppable. Qi Lin screamed in pain as he was hit by the bull. In an instant he was torn to pieces, his physical body shattered, and a primordial spirit rushed out. Niu Hui opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Qi Lin's primordial spirit. Just a moment ago, Qi Lin was giving out orders and looking down on all the greater demons. He even said that he would kill all the greater demons. But now he was scared out of his wits. How is this possible? How can such a powerful greater demon exist in this backward world? Qi Lin's voice trembled. He simply couldn't accept this. One had to know that the primogenitor realm was a lofty existence, the origin of the myriad worlds. The life forms of the primogenitor realm were born as geniuses, monstrous geniuses. How could there be a life form stronger than them in this backward world? In the same realm, they were invincible. However, on this day, Qi Hu's understanding was toppled. His older brother, Qi Lin, who was at the peak of half-supreme being realm, was actually defeated. His body exploded with a single fist, and even his primordial spirit was devoured by the other party in a single gulp. Qi Lin's body and soul were both destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. Roar! While Niu Hui was refining Qi Lin's primordial spirit, outside the ancestral land, the primogenitor deity clan's supremacy, Qi Shao roared at the sky, almost going crazy. His most outstanding descendant, Qi Lin, was actually dead. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Even a supreme existence like him couldn't save Qi Lin. Qi Lin was the descendant he was most proud of. He was also the descendant who had the highest chance of becoming an extreme supreme. He wanted to use this opportunity to sharpen Qi Lin, to help him improve further and become an extreme supreme. But who would have thought that this backward world's demonic race would actually kill Qi Lin? Preposterous. Qi Shao frantically attacked the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake violently. The surrounding void directly shattered, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed by him. Is this guy crazy? The other supremacies were shocked and hurriedly retreated. The might of a supremacy swept through the 9 heavens. Billions of creatures were terrified to the extreme. Ants from the other realms. What do you think you're doing? The supremacies of the 3 celestial realms standing on the horizon roared. Chapter 4408. Ants. The 7 supremacies were enraged at the same time. This backward and dared to call them ants. He deserved to die. You don't know your place. A worm dares to be insolent in front of a dragon. This world doesn't need to exist anymore. Let's take this chance to destroy it. That's right. Let's get rid of these ants at once. The 7 supremacies' tone was disdainful and disdainful. They simply didn't care about the three supremacies and the entire heaven realm, apart from the primogenitor realm. In the eyes of these supremacies, all other worlds could be conquered and destroyed. The myriad worlds were the hunting grounds of the primogenitor realm. A force with a high lord overseeing it would occupy more hunting grounds than an ordinary force. The Yi clan, because of the existence of the Yi clan's primogenitor, controlled hundreds of hunting grounds. Every once in a while, they would purge these hunting grounds. These lands controlled by the primogenitor realm's powerful clans wouldn't have powerful existences appear. Once they did, they would be mercilessly killed. With the resources from hundreds of lands to support the Yi clan could produce many experts and stand among the strongest clans in the primogenitor realm. Every single one of the 7 high lords that came today had a super force behind them. These were the super forces of the primogenitor realm. None of these forces were necessarily weaker than the heavenly clan of the primogenitor realm. The 7 supremacies of the primogenitor realm attacked at the same time in order to kill Gu Fei and not give him any hope of survival. TCH, these guys really think they can control everything. On the horizon, an old man with almost all his teeth and hair had fallen off, said disapprovingly, "Ridiculous, ridiculous." Another middle-aged man in armor was still dripping blood. It was the blood of an extreme path life form. It would never dry and was inextinguishable. It was as if it still had vitality. That was the blood of an extreme path life form. One drop could destroy the world. If a drop leaked out, it would be a great disaster. This middle-aged warrior had definitely killed an extreme path supremacy. The third person on the horizon didn't speak, but the murderous aura he exuded grew stronger and stronger. The entire world trembled. "Since you ants want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." "Grand Monarch," Li Hu said, coldly, his face grim. A supremacy that has fallen from the heavens and earth cannot be called a supremacy at all. "Li Hu, I'll leave these 3 ants to you." Great sovereign, heavenly god Qi Shao of the primogenitor world's deity race said in disdain. Let's kill these 3 ants first, then destroy the demon clan's ancestral grounds and kill Gu Fei." "Grand Monarch," Li Hu said proudly. The other supremacies looked disdainfully at the 3 figures on the horizon. In their eyes, these 3 fellas were already dead. Boom! Just as Grand Monarch Li Hu was about to make a move, a loud bang came from the demon clan's ancestral land, which was enveloped by the mountain and river cauldron. Then a figure flew out of the demon clan's ancestral land. That is, the 7 supremacies were shocked. In the next moment, the guy who was sent flying let out a blood-curdling scream and directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the void. His body and soul were directly destroyed. The 7 supremacies were all shocked. They clearly saw that the guy who was blasted out of the demon clan's ancestral land and exploded into a cloud of blood mist was one of the descendants of the heavenly god races Qi Shao, Qi Hu. Scarlet Tiger was also dead. This shocked and angered Qi Shao. Those guys from the ancestral world are too weak. They can't even withstand a single blow. A disdainful voice came from the demon clan's ancestral land. Roar! Qi Shao was almost going crazy. Qi Lin and Qi, who were the geniuses he valued the most in the race. They had the chance to become the extreme supremacy with unlimited potential. But now, such geniuses were actually dead. They died in the hands of a group of people from a backward world who were even weaker than ants. This was unacceptable to him. They were the ancestral world's supreme beings. Who else dares to come in? If one comes in, I'll kill one. If 2 come in, I'll kill a pair. If a group comes in, I'll kill a group. An extremely arrogant voice came from the demon clan's ancestral land. At this time, the heavenly secret mirror of the heavenly secret immortal palace was activated again. It transmitted the image of the demon clan's ancestral land to various places in the heaven realm. That's when the experts of the heaven realm saw the 7 incomparably huge figures standing outside the demon clan's ancestral land. They were all stunned. "They're even bigger than the primordial giants," someone exclaimed as he stared at the light screen formed by the heavenly secret divine talisman. "Oh, supremacy!" An old antique who had lived for countless years said with a trembling voice. Even through the light screen, they could still feel the terrifying aura of a supremacy. The aura of the 7 supremacies was so strong that it could interfere with the operation of the heavenly secret mirror. But now, the heavenly secret mirror was activated again due to the help of a powerful figure. These ants among ants, the lowly creatures of a backwater world, were actually so arrogant. This made the 7 great high lords furious. Grand Monarch Li Hua of the Li Fire clan flicked his sleeve. A streak of divine light flashed, and a dozen powerful figures immediately appeared in front of him. These people were all shrouded in a powerful aura of Li Fire. Each of them was a quasi-supreme. How is this possible? The appearance of a group of quasi-supreme shocked countless people who were paying attention to the demon clan's ancestral land through the heavenly secret divine talisman. That was a group of quasi-supreme. This Li Hua Grand Monarch had casually released a group of quasi-supreme. How were they supposed to survive? Among the dozen quasi-supreme, there were 2 peak quasi-supreme existences. One of them exuded an aura that was much stronger than Qi Lin and Qi Hu's. Without a doubt, this was an existence who had more than 1 foot in the extreme grade realm. Almost both of his feet were in the extreme grade realm. "Charge in and kill all these aboriginals," Li Hua Grand Monarch ordered. Yes, Patriarch, the most powerful existence in the lead, hurriedly accepted the order. Then he turned around and strode into the demon clan's ancestral land with a group of subordinates. The protective formation of the demon clan's ancestral land that had been casually broken by Qi Shao, the heavenly god Grand Monarch, had not been repaired yet. Haha, are they here to die again? I welcome them with open arms. In the demon clan's ancestral land, a golden-haired young man carried a golden stick and grinned. He was a descendant of the demon clan's divine ape bloodline. His name was Ho Jian. Yes, it meant crazy. When this guy went crazy, his battle strength would multiply. Ho Jian was very strong. He was also a quasi-supreme. In the demon clan's ancestral land, he was also one of the strongest experts. It should be noted that the divine ape bloodline had produced extreme grade supremes. Ho Jian had obtained the divine ape bloodline's true teachings and was also one of the quasi-supreme in the demon clan's ancestral land. Each of the greater demons in the demon clan's ancestral land had a powerful background. Niu Hui of the Ox Demon clan and Lord Tiger of the Black Tiger clan both had extreme grade legacies and practiced incomparably powerful cultivation methods. Die! Li Huaming, the leader of the group, trembled with anger. These guys really deserved to die. He, Li Huaming, was not Qi Lin and Qi Hu. These 2 trash couldn't even deal with a group of aboriginals. Kill! Li Huaming directly attacked Ho Jian of the divine ape bloodline. The quasi-supreme of the Li Hua clan behind him also attacked. They wanted to destroy the demon clan's ancestral land by themselves. Clang! Ho Jian blocked Li Huaming's longsword. Then the golden stick in his hand seemed to have grown eyes. With a flash of golden light, the golden stick in his hand swept towards Li Huaming's head. Reckless guy! Li Huaming was enraged. Sword radiance bloomed all over his body. This was the Li Fire sword principle. Each sword radiance pierced through the void and pierced towards Ho Jian. At such a close distance, Ho Jian simply could not dodge the Li Fire sword radiance. At the same time, the divine sword in Li Huaming's hand collided with Ho Dian's golden stick once again, causing sparks to erupt. Roar! Ho Jian let out a fierce roar. A mass of divine light suddenly emerged from his body. This mass of divine light directly turned into a large golden bell that enveloped him. Clang! 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 The countless Li Fire sword radiance that rushed out from Li Huaming's body all collided with the golden bell outside Hodian's body. The golden bell vibrated and actually emitted a series of bell sounds. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the golden bell. Kill! Kill them all! The other demi-supremes of the Lee Fire clan roared and charged towards the demon clan's ancestral land. Who can you trash kill? Have a taste of my punches first! Niu Hui immediately used the demon ox fist. Every time he punched out, an ancient barbaric bull would rush out from his fists. It was unstoppable, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The demi-supremes of the Lee Fire clan who rushed at the front were directly sent flying. He kept coughing up blood and cracks appeared on his body. He had almost been smashed by Niu Hui's punches. Bang! At this moment, a huge seal smashed towards Niu Hui. On the surface of the seal, dense Lee Fire Tao patterns appeared, releasing the Lee Fire true force. This was the Lee Fire seal, refined from the Lee Fire divine metal. The power of the Lee Fire that erupted from the seal burned the void to noiselessly. Niu Hui hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the Lee Fire seal blasted a big hole in the place where Niu Hui was originally standing. The great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land were all shocked. It should be known that this was the demon clan's ancestral land. Every blade of grass and every tree here was supported by the power of the great Tao. It was not that easy to destroy it. However, a blow from the Lee Fire seal could actually blast a big hole. This kind of power was really a bit shocking. At that moment, more than a dozen demi-supremes took out their Tao weapons and attacked the great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land. The entire demon clan's ancestral land actually shook. Humph! Old Tortoise, who had been watching from the side, sneered and directly rushed out. He opened his mouth and spat out a Tao diagram that enveloped all the demi-supremes of the Lee Fire clan. The Tao diagram instantly expanded and enveloped the entire world. The chaos chi was vast and mighty, and the void below the Tao diagram seemed to have solidified. Everyone's movements became slow. This guy. Chapter 4409. Among the demon clan in the heaven realm, there were indeed a few heaven-defying existences who had cultivated to the quasi-supreme stage. Some of the demon clan's almighty experts had even been stuck at the peak of the quasi-supreme stage for countless years. Niu Hui of the Ox Devil clan, the one who had killed the arrogant Qilin of the Primogenita God clan, was a super old fogey. Even though such an existence could not make a breakthrough in his cultivation and become a supreme being, the monster race's power that he had accumulated over the countless years was enormous to the extreme. Niu Hui's demon race vitality was so thick that it wasn't something that Qilin and the others from the Primogenita realm could compare with. They were both at the peak of the quasi-supreme being realm, but Niu Hui could easily kill Qilin. This was the gap between them. At this moment, Grand Monarch Li Hui sent out the elites of the Li Hui clan, a total of 13 quasi-paragons, under the leadership of Manshan, who was a peak quasi-paragon. These quasi-paragons of the Li Hui clan entered the demon's ancestral land through the tunnel that Grand Monarch Heaven God had opened. Boom! A huge seal emitted endless divine fire and blasted towards a group of monsters in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. Terrible divine power burst out from the seal, shaking the heavens and earth. This was the ultimate treasure of the primogenitors' Lee Fire race, the Lee Fire seal. The Lee Fire seal of the Lee Fire clan was a quasi-paragon Tao tool that Grand Monarch Lee Fire had forged when he had been at the quasi-paragon stage. This quasi-paragon Tao tool was definitely one of the most powerful quasi-paragon Tao tools. Even Niu Hui, a guy who pretended to be young, avoided it. Roar! Mystic Tiger roared angrily as he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of divine light that surged towards the Lee Fire seal. Amidst the divine light, a saber could be vaguely seen. An extremely sharp saber chi burst out from the saber light, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. This is the eyes of the greater demons in the ancestral ground lit up. Mystic Tiger Blade, the greater demon Nyo, he muttered to himself. Black Tiger was also a demon ancestor who had lived for a long time in the demon race. His cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the quasi-supremacy realm. The blade that Mystic Tiger spat out was the famous Heavenly Tiger Blade of the Demon Clan. He had once used this Heavenly Tiger Blade to kill an expert of the same level. Clang! The Heavenly Tiger Blade that Mystic Tiger spat out directly struck the Li Fire Seal. In the next moment, two pinnacle quasi-supreme beings erupted, turning into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. Humph! A cold laugh rang out. Then a figure rushed out from the top of a mountain in the ancestral land of the Yao clan. He opened his mouth and spat out a Tao diagram. Rumble! The Tao diagram instantly expanded and enveloped all the quasi-supremes of the Li-Fire clan that had charged into the Demon clan's ancestral land. Endless chaotic chi surged out from the Tao diagram. The void that was enveloped by the Tao diagram seemed to solidify. The energy storm that erupted from the collision of the fleeting fire seal and the Heavenly Tiger Blade was also blocked. This is Man Shan of the Li Fire clan was shocked. Chaos Feng Tian diagram. Man Shan recognized this Tao diagram and couldn't help being shocked. The Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram was once the ultimate treasure of the wood race in the primogenital world. After the wood race was destroyed by Gu Fei, this ultimate treasure fell into Gu Fei's hands. But now, this ultimate treasure had appeared again. Powerful chaotic power poured down from the Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram. Immediately, 3 experts of the Li-Fire clan that were enveloped by the Tao diagram were reduced to a mist of blood. Even the Tao treasures that these people were carrying were directly shattered, turning into scrap metal. Seeing this, the other experts of the Li-Fire clan all sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram, they were as weak as ants. Damn it, Man Shan was really angry. The fact that they could enter the heaven and earth created by Grand Monarch Li Fire to cultivate was enough to prove that they were the strongest and most talented experts of the Li-Fire clan. After all, only the most talented experts of the clan were qualified to receive personal guidance and teachings from Grand Monarch Li Fire. This time, Grand Monarch Li Fire had asked them to attack this backward demon clan's ancestral land. It was their first time going out to train. However, as soon as they started, they had already lost 3 of their companions. The 13 quasi-paragons of the Li-Fire clan were the most promising existences in the clan. They were the elites that the entire clan had spent all its resources to nurture. They were destined to rise and shoulder the clan's responsibilities. Even though the Li-Fire clan had a deep foundation, losing 3 quasi-paragon geniuses at once was extremely painful. Haha, they still think of us as ants. In my opinion, these guys are even worse than ants. Old Tortoise laughed. At the same time, the Chaos Feng Tian diagram descended from the sky. Another 2 elites from the Lihua clan exploded into a mist of blood. These guys are too weak. Niu Hui, who had retreated to the side, looked at the so-called geniuses from the ancestral realm who were enveloped by the Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram with contempt. Man Shan was enraged. He tried his best to recall the Li Fire Seal. At the same time, a Tao paper rushed out from his body. The Tao paper emitted boundless divine fire, enveloping Man Shan and the remaining Li Fire elites. They were originally spirits of fire. Bathed in the Li-Fire fire, their battle strength would be enhanced. Most importantly, the Li-Fire power that erupted from the Tao paper blocked the Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram. Hey, I didn't expect you to have this move. The old turtle was a little surprised. This guy actually had a supreme decree of a supremacy on him. This kind of decree could erupt with the power of a supremacy. The Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram was very strong. When the Wood Clan's progenitor and dozens of supreme supremacy activated it together, this Tao paper could resist the heavenly punishment. This was enough to show how powerful and extraordinary this Tao paper was. If one had enough power to activate this Tao diagram, they might even be able to kill a high Lord-level existence. Humph, it's just a Tao paper. The old turtle sat cross-legged in the void and integrated his spirit into the entire demon ancestral land. Then he activated the enormous power that the demon ancestral land had accumulated for countless years. Endless world essence, Qi, immediately gathered towards the Chaos Fengtian diagram. Rumble! Chaos runes gradually appeared on the Chaos Fengtian diagram. These runes transformed the gathered essence of heaven and earth into chaos energy. Crack! The 9 Tao patterns on the Tao paper floating above Manshan and the others cracked. They were actually about to be destroyed by the chaotic power. What? Manshan's shock was not small at all. Once the 9 Tao patterns on the Tao paper were destroyed, they would be finished. This was the pace of total annihilation. Even the Li Fire clan could not bear such a loss. Boom! At this moment, the entire demon ancestral land suddenly shook violently. A powerful wave of supremacy power came from outside. Has the battle started? On a mountain in the depths of the demon ancestral land, Gu Fei raised his head and looked out of the demon ancestral land. Through the mountain and river cauldron, he saw 2 huge figures fighting outside. The void was shattered and the stars in the sky were falling. This was the power of a supremacy. When a supremacy was angry, heaven and earth would be destroyed. An ant is an ant. How dare you act presumptuously in front of a dragon? You overestimate yourself. Grand Monarch Li Fire threw a punch. Endless Li Fire burst out of his fist. Countless stars exploded in the fire. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was the Heaven Realm's supremacy, the white-haired old man. Facing this earth-shaking punch, the old man casually waved the wooden staff in his hand and punched forward. Boom! There was no divine light. It seemed to be an ordinary strike, but it directly tore Grand Monarch Li Fire's powerful punch apart. The wooden staff hit Grand Monarch Li Fire's fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Grand Monarch Li Fire let out a furious roar. Endless divine fire burst out of his body, burning the sky and boiling the sea. How is this possible? Grand Monarch Li Fire was both shocked and angry. He could not accept that he had been injured by this backwater native. This was definitely a great humiliation. Grand Monarch Li Fire, who stood high above the universe and looked down at the universe, had actually been injured. The other supremacies were also shocked. They were the supremacies of the ancestral realm. They were much stronger than the other supremacies in the universe. They could practically sweep away all the other supremacies in the universe. But now, their understanding had been overturned. This backwater native had actually injured a supremacy of the ancestral realm. That's all? I thought the guy from the ancestral realm would be strong. How disappointing. The old man shook his head. You, Grand Monarch Li Fire, almost went crazy. He had actually been looked down upon by a backwater native. The 7 of you can come at me together, the old man said calmly, glancing at the others. What? Grand Monarch Li Fire and the others were dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words. This guy actually wanted to challenge the 7 of them at the same time. Was this a joke? Was he courting death? Old man, do you want to take everything for yourself? That won't do. The middle-aged fighter with the blood-dripping battle spear said with some displeasure. That's right. It's a bit too much for one person to take everything for himself. Another existence who hadn't spoken until now said. His entire body was indistinct and no one could see his appearance. It was as if he had merged with the void around him. It was very mysterious. What are these guys talking about? Grand Monarch, Heavenly God, Qi, Shao really doubted his ears. These guys were actually looking down on them like this. This is outrageous. The supremacies from the 7 ancestral realms were very angry. Even in the ancestral realm, no one had ever dared to look down on them like this. Even the supremacy of the Yi clan had to be polite to them. However, today they were actually looked down upon by a few natives from a backwater world. This made them both shocked and angry. At this moment, Grand Monarch Li Fire's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that one of his decrees was gradually being destroyed. This was a life-saving measure he had given Manshan. Damn it! Grand Monarch Li Fire's body swayed and rapidly shrank. Then he rushed into the demon clan's ancestral land. Chapter 44:10. In the demon race's ancestral land, the old tortoise directly used the chaotic sky ceiling diagram, intending to kill all these so-called arrogant fellows. In the ancestral realm, the Li Fire clan had never been a direct enemy of Gu Fei. However, as a major clan in the ancestral realm, the Li Fire clan intermarried with other major clans. For example, the Sky clan and the Wood clan were inextricably linked to the Li Fire clan. This time, the Li Fire Grand Monarch was invited by the Sky clan's new High Lord. At this time, the Sky clan's High Lord was also outside the demon race's ancestral land. Preposterous! At this time in the demon race's ancestral land, Manshan and the other Li Fire clan Quasi-Supremes were at a critical juncture. The decree floating above their heads was emitting a high, lord-level pressure that was growing weaker and weaker. The 9 Tao patterns on the decree began to dim. The chaotic sky ceiling diagram was very powerful. As long as there was enough power, it could display its greatest power. In the past, this Tao pattern had been able to contend against the heavenly punishment. At this time, the old tortoise had activated the power of the entire demon race's ancestral land. This power was unimaginably powerful. It should be known that this was one of the means that the Grand Emperor had left behind to help his descendants achieve the Tao. In fact, this power could help the old tortoise break through to the next realm. But now he had no choice but to use this power. Only he could use this power. This was because to use this power, one needed a bloodline imprint. In fact, the Grand Emperor had already predicted that his bloodline would hinder his descendants from becoming extreme supremes. However, it was difficult to erase the Grand Emperor's bloodline in the old tortoise's body, but it was not impossible. When the old tortoise's drop of blood essence flew out of his fingertip and into the depths of the demon race's ancestral land, it landed on an ancient altar. A figure appeared above the demon race's ancestral land. Boom! A supreme pressure erupted from the figure. In the next moment, the entire demon race's ancestral land fell silent. Everyone raised their heads to look at the huge figure that seemed to be able to support a part of the world. This is the 7 High Lords outside the demon race's ancestral land were all extremely shocked. They felt an aura that made their hearts palpitate. Although it was only a shadow, it seemed to be able to threaten them. How is this possible? It's just an obsession. How could it threaten us? The 7 supremacies were discussing in a low voice. F.A. Father? When Old Tortoise saw the figure, he trembled with excitement. All the great demons in the ancestral land of the demon clan had already knelt on the ground. All the demons who sensed the aura exuded from the figure knelt in the direction of the ancestral land of the demon clan. 10,000 demons greeting sect? All the big shots of the heaven realm were alarmed. The divine secret mirror broadcasted what was happening in the demon race's ancestral land to the entire heaven realm. As long as the divine secret talisman was activated, even the farthest corner of the heaven realm would be able to see it. That is, everyone was indescribably shocked. Taihuang, West Desert Buddhist land, in the 10,000 Buddha Palace, opposite little monk Fanxiu, was a screen of light. Even though he was looking at the figure on the screen, he could still feel the immense pressure from it. It's just an obsession, to think that it would possess such might. Buddha Ranbei, who was next to Fanxiu, said in surprise. At this time, all the big shots of the forces in the south mountains of the heaven realm, the eastern region, and the northern plains were staring at what was happening in the ancestral land of the demon race. In a dangerous place in the heaven realm, an old man walked out. In front of him was also a screen of light formed by the divine secret talisman. Do these guys think that there is no one in the demon race? The old man waved his hand and put away the screen of light. The next moment he disappeared in the void. At this time, Grand Monarch Lihua, who was blocked by the old man outside the entrance of the ancestral land of the demon race, was extremely anxious. Although it was just an obsession, once such an existence attacked, Manshan and the others inside would definitely die. They were the most outstanding descendants of the Lihua clan. If they were all killed inside, even the entire Lihua clan would suffer an irreparable loss. Get lost. Grand Monarch Lihua directly punched the old man with the cane. Just now he had been hit by the old man's cane. Even his wrist had cracked. Now that he had attacked, he didn't dare to underestimate this old man. Venerable. Endless fire burst out of Grand Monarch Lihua's fist. It was as terrifying as the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. Even the void was twisted and destroyed by the heat. The old man opened his mouth and inhaled. Boundless fire, which covered the sky and the earth, madly gathered in his mouth and was quickly swallowed by him. What? Grand Monarch Lihua couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. This guy actually dared to directly devour the fire he had shot out? How was that possible? This was the Fire Divine Fist, a battle skill of the Lihua clan. When Grand Monarch Lihua used this battle skill, its power was naturally earth-shattering. However, no one had expected that this old man would directly devour the fire that filled the sky. Even the other patriarchs from the ancestral realm were shocked to see this. At this moment, the old man's abdomen bulged. Boom! He suddenly spat out the flame he had devoured, which instantly morphed into a fiery dragon that swooped towards Grand Monarch Lihua in front of him. Bam! Grand Monarch Lihua's fist hit the fire dragon and was forced back. Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for if not now? Grand Monarch Lihua roared. The fire around him was vast and mighty. The shadow of a huge divine bird emerged from his body, and the power of the fire surged. The Lihua clan in the ancestral realm was actually the descendants of the Nanming fire vermilion bird. Because they weren't pure-blooded vermilion birds, they didn't dare to call themselves the Vermilion Bird Clan. After all, the Vermilion Bird Clan existed in the ancestral realm. The ancestral Vermilion Bird Clan was definitely one of the most powerful clans in the ancestral realm. The Lihua clan, whose bloodline wasn't pure-blooded, wasn't recognized by the ancestral Vermilion Bird Clan. That's right. Don't waste time. One of the supremacies nodded. Then let's do it. A celestial patriarch said. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth from the celestial patriarch. The supreme pressure of a patriarch shook the entire world, as if overturning the universe. The other patriarchs also burst forth with powerful primal chi fluctuations. 7 patriarchs' auras appeared in the world. Under the cover of these 7 auras, countless living beings in the heaven realm were terrified to the extreme. Fight! The heaven realm's patriarchs roared. Their bodies also burst forth with powerful patriarchs' auras. This, all the experts watching the live broadcast through the Tianji Divine Talisman were dumbfounded. When the 10 patriarchs' auras burst forth, the surrounding void couldn't withstand it and kept cracking. At this time, there wasn't a single powerful living being within 1,000,000 miles of the demon clan's ancestral ground. All of the more powerful beings fled at this moment. Are they finally going to make a move? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a mountain in the demon clan's ancestral ground, suddenly opened his eyes. It seemed like there were only these 7 fellows left. He originally wanted to wait for more patriarchs to arrive before making a move. This was because he could only use the 9 heaven stars sword one more time before the sword spirit of the 9 heaven stars sword fell into a deep slumber. Even if it was Gu Fei, it wouldn't be easy for him to awaken the sword spirit. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei sensed that there should be people watching from the sidelines and didn't make a move. Boom! A great battle broke out. The 7 patriarchs attacked the 3 patriarchs at the same time. Swish! The blood-dripping divine spear streaked across the void and directly pierced through the heavenly god Qi Shao. Dang! The heavenly god's right hand directly blocked the blood-dripping divine spear. A layer of metallic luster emerged on his palm. It was a glove. Boom! The surrounding void exploded and shattered. A black hole appeared between the middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Qi Shao. Kill! Kill! The middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Qi Shao fought fiercely. Lowly Ant Dai, the heavenly god Qi Shao directly took out a ring and tried to trap the middle-aged warrior. The ring emitted 9 primordial Dao runes. As long as one was trapped by it, even a patriarch would have to surrender. Clang! The middle-aged warrior directly knocked the ring away and punched at the heavenly god Qi Shao. Bam! The middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Qi Shao clashed. At the same time, the blood-dripping spear in his hand stabbed at the heavenly god Qi Shao. Who's the ant? The middle-aged warrior shouted. His fighting spirit was boundless, and he was extremely powerful. Although he was fighting 1 against 2, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Damn it! Both the heavenly god Qi Shao and the heavenly god Qi Shao were shocked and angry. They couldn't do anything to this backward native for a while. On the other side, the mysterious patriarch from the heavenly realm appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He actually stalled the 2 patriarchs from the ancestral realm at the same time. However, the remaining 2 patriarchs from the ancestral realm charged at the old man at the same time. Little brats, did you not eat? Put in a little more effort. The old man blocked the 3 patriarchs with a cane. Roar! The heavenly god, Li Hu, was furious. He directly turned into a vermilion bird and pounced at the old man. Boom! Endless southern Ming divine fire burst out of the vermilion bird's body, burning the void. 9 powerful Dao runes swirled around him, releasing terrifying heat. Southern Ming vermilion bird? The old man smiled. He directly took out a cloth bag and opened it. Little bird, come into the bag. A powerful devouring power surged out of the bag and instantly enveloped the heavenly god Li Hua. In the next moment, the vermilion bird, which was as huge as a small mountain, rapidly shrank and was sucked into the bag. How? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by this scene. Grand Monarch Li Hua was a famous patriarch in the ancestral realm. How could he be sucked into a ragged bag? Chapter 44:11. A cloth bag had directly taken away the vermilion bird that Grand Monarch Li Hua had transformed from. This scene shocked everyone. How is this possible? That's a supreme exalt of the ancestral realm. He actually took away a supreme exalt? Is that the legendary heaven-devouring pouch? Everyone who saw this through the mysterious divine palace's heavenly secret mirror couldn't believe it, especially the experts from the ancestral realm who thought they were superior to others. Although it was hard to believe, it was a fact. Grand Monarch Li Hua had been taken away. The old man directly closed the mouth of the pouch. Something seemed to be moving inside the inconspicuous pouch. It was Grand Monarch Li Hua trying to come out. However, Grand Monarch Li Hua soon stopped moving. The other 2 exalts who were attacking the old man were shocked. Grand Monarch Li Hua was no weakling. On the contrary, he was stronger than them. Even he had been taken away by the ragged cloth bag in the old man's hand. Didn't that mean they were no match for this guy? Kill him. The 2 exalts couldn't back down now. Moreover, the old man had already put away the cloth bag. Without any scruples, they attacked the old man again. Boom! In the next moment, monstrous waves slammed towards the old man. Every drop of water pierced through the void. This was the Aquamarine Grand Monarch's divine ability. Water power was everywhere, making it impossible for the old man to dodge. The other exalted Grand Monarch was like a golden sun. shining with dazzling golden light as he charged towards the old man with unstoppable momentum. "Haha, good." The old man laughed. The walking stick in his hand morphed into an ancestor dragon. This ancestor dragon threw its head back and roared as it charged towards the aquamarine Grand Monarch. The ancestor dragon soared into the sky, its pressure spreading in all directions. This ancestral dragon directly broke through the towering waves, and in the blink of an eye, rushed to the water tribe's great monarch, its speed extremely fast. What? The aquamarine Grand Monarch was taken aback. He hastily raised his hands to block. Boom! With a muffled sound, the aquamarine Grand Monarch was knocked back thousands of meters. While pushing back the aquamarine Grand Monarch, the old man's fist slammed into the golden sun. Terrifying, exalted, lord-level power erupted. Transparent ripples spread in all directions. Then, countless black things appeared in the void. Looking closely, they were actually spatial rifts. Rumble! The dazzling golden sun was knocked away by the old man's fist. At this moment, the old man's invincible bearing stunned everyone. The old man was fighting 1 against 2, but he actually had the upper hand. This caused countless experts who witnessed this scene to be dumbfounded. He was truly too ferocious, a ferocious man of a generation. At the same time, the middle-aged warrior with the blood-dripping divine spear fell into a bitter battle. After all, grand monarchs of the heavenly gods and the heavenly races were stronger than ordinary grand monarchs. It should be noted that they were old, powerful races in the primogenitor realm, especially the celestial race's great sovereign. He directly used his supreme killing weapon, a crimson divine saber. Clang! The middle-aged warrior's blood-dripping divine spear collided with the celestial grand monarch's scarlet blood divine saber, creating ear-piercing sounds. Even the countless experts watching through the light screen created by the heavenly fate divine talisman could hear these sounds that seemed to pierce through their souls. Those with weaker cultivations naturally couldn't withstand it. Swish! The scarlet blood divine saber flashed. Blood splashed out, and a bloody wound appeared on the middle-aged warrior's left shoulder. At the same time, the blood-dripping divine spear in the middle-aged warrior's hand almost pierced through the celestial grand monarch's body. The blood-dripping divine spear brushed past his waist, instantly turning his waist into a bloody mess. Hiss! The celestial grand monarch sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. If he had been half a step slower, his body would have been pierced by the other party's spear. At this time, celestial god Qi Shao activated the celestial god bell. A giant bell descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura, directly enveloping the middle-aged warrior. Swish! The middle-aged warrior took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void, avoiding the celestial god bell's attack. Then he reappeared in front of the celestial grand monarch. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged warrior roared. The blood-dripping divine spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards the celestial grand monarch. Puff! The celestial grand monarch was directly pierced. The blood-dripping divine spear pierced through his chest, nailing him in the void. Roar! The celestial grand monarch roared in anger. He grabbed the divine spear, and in the next moment the scarlet blood divine saber bloomed with an unprecedented radiance, directly chopping down at the middle-aged warrior. This saber strike contained a vast and mighty saber energy that even scattered the clouds in the sky. The celestial grand monarch's attack was earth-shattering. Even the powerhouses watching from 1,000,000 miles away felt the saber energy assaulting their bodies. Their bodies turned cold, and their souls felt like they were about to freeze. Humph! The middle-aged warrior wanted to pull back the blood-dripping divine spear, but the spear was firmly grasped by the celestial grand monarch. He decisively let go and quickly retreated. Pung! The heavenly god grand monarch controlled the heavenly god bell and directly struck the middle-aged warrior, sending him flying backwards as he continuously coughed out blood. Dang! The heavenly god bell shook, and a terrifying sound wave swept towards the middle-aged warrior. Without any suspense, the middle-aged warrior was forced back once more. His divine soul shook, and his primordial spirit was nearly shaken out of his body. At this time, the celestial Grand Monarch pulled out the blood-dripping divine spear from his body and directly rushed towards the middle-aged warrior. Although the middle-aged warrior was being suppressed by the two powerhouses, he still had the strength to fight back. It wouldn't be easy for the celestial Grand Monarch and the celestial Grand Monarch to kill him. On the other side, the mysterious and unfathomable High Lord was fighting with the two High Lords. For a time, the outcome of the battle couldn't be determined. A battle of this level could destroy the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. Everywhere on the battlefield, one could see the void being pierced through and even primal chaos energy being blasted out. The area where the demon clan's ancestral land was located turned into primal chaos. The ancestral land was enveloped by the mountain and river cauldron. Even if the sky and earth were to collapse outside, it wouldn't affect the inside in the slightest. And at this time, the huge figure that stood up from the demon clan's ancestral land moved. One of his hands directly slapped towards the invaders in the demon clan's ancestral land. Rumble! Wherever the huge hand passed, the void collapsed and a destructive aura spread out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Seeing this, the old tortoise hurriedly put away the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. If he didn't put away the primal chaos Fengtian diagram, the huge hand that fell from the sky would smash into it. No. As the huge hand fell, the High Lord's decree floating above Manshan and the others immediately dimmed and tottered. Seeing this, Manshan and the others turned pale with fright. In the next moment, the decree suddenly collapsed and the huge hand directly fell, obliterating the void. Manshan and the others were directly killed. The Li Fire clan suffered heavy losses. The 13 quasi-supremes of the Li Fire clan who had charged into the demon clan's ancestral land were all killed. None of them could escape. All the experts watching the battle in front of the light screen were dumbfounded. Although the figure in the sky above the demon clan's ancestral land was faint and illusory, it exuded an invincible aura that looked down on the world. Its battle strength was extremely strong. The Li Fire clan is finished. Many experts from the ancestral realm had come to watch the battle through the Heavenly Fate Divine Talisman of the Heavenly Fate Divine Estate. Some people who knew about the Li Fire clan said such words. It should be noted that the entire Li Fire clan only had one supreme existence, Grand Monarch Li Fire. If the result of this battle was spread to the ancestral realm, it would definitely cause a great commotion. Most importantly, without Grand Monarch Li Fire, the Li Fire clan had become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the other powerful clans. They all wanted to take a bite. No one else is going to attack? Gu Fei, who was sitting on a short mountain in the demon clan's ancestral land, suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, there were no more experts at the High Lord level attacking. In that case, let's end this. Gu Fei said, opening his mouth and spitting out a sword light. Within the sword light was a divine sword. This divine sword was his 9 Heavens Star sword. As soon as the 9 Heavens Star sword appeared, even the supreme experts at the High Lord level felt their souls tremble. What's going on? Countless experts didn't know what was going on, but they all vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen. Is Gu Fei going to attack? Old Turtle looked at the mountain where Gu Fei was. At this time, Gu Fei bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the 9 Heaven Star sword. The next moment, the 9 Heaven Stars sword vibrated. 9 great Tao patterns appeared on the sword, releasing a wisp of eternal realm power. This is all the High Lords outside the demon clan's ancestral land were terrified. As soon as the eternal realm aura appeared, all the High Lords felt as if they were carrying an ancient divine mountain on their backs. They couldn't even straighten their backs. I'll send all of you on your way. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and directly used the sword-driving technique. Buzz! The 9 heaven stars' sword directly turned into a sword light that rushed out of the demon clan's ancestral land. Swish! Blood appeared, and the head of the High Lord of the Celestial Clan flew up. He was directly beheaded on the spot. Even his origin spirit couldn't escape. He died instantly. What? The remaining High Lords of the Ancestral Realm were shocked to the point of disbelief. Run! The Celestial Great Sovereign roared and turned to flee. However, the sword light formed by the 9 heaven stars' sword was unimaginably fast. With a flash of the sword light, the Celestial Great Sovereign didn't even have time to scream before he was split in half by the sword light. However, the sword light flashed a few more times. Then the High Lords from the Ancestral Realm were directly beheaded. Not a single one of them could escape. The sword killed the 6 High Lords of the Ancestral Realm. The world suddenly quieted down. Even the 3 High Lords of the Celestial Realm were like statues, motionless.